Hello guys, it's me here and I'm with Sato today and we're gonna do some muted comms. I'm gonna be asking some questions to Sato and he's not gonna be able to hear me, but he has to decipher basically what I say by my lips. So let's see how it goes.
I feel very overstimulated right now.
What agent do you play the most?
Phoenix.
Nice.
Muito bom nisso.
What toppings do you like in pizza?
What? Okay, do it again.
What toppings do you like on pizza?
Okay, I made out stop sign and bees. From whatever you said, I know. Can you say it again? I need to think of something.
What
What?
toppings?
Job?
Toppings?
Stop sign. What stop sign?
Do you like
I like
on pizza?
pizza.
Yes. What toppings?
What job I would like to do if I did?
No! How are you getting job out of my mouth?
What are you talking about?
Toppings.
Jobs.
No! Where is Champs this year?
What happened in LA? We came in LA on Monday.
No. Where
Where
is
is
Champs?
games?
Champs.
Where is games happening? Los Angeles.
Oh my god. Champs.
What
Champs.
happened?
Champs.
Oh my god, you have such nice lips, bro. Okay, you need to make a movement in your
Okay.
mouth, buddy.
Where is Champs this year?
What is happening this Saturday? Tomorrow is Saturday. We have practice. You cannot just give up on
trying
me.
my best.
You're trying your best. Okay, I got that. Only
One
one.
word. Champs.
Challengers.
No!
Champions.
Yes!
Oh, where's champions happening?
Yes, basically, yeah.
Shanghai.
Yes!
Are we going back to the other one?
I don't think we're gonna get it. Toppings.
Chopsticks.
No, it's one word.
Only one chopstick.
No, one
One
word.
word.
Toppings.
Chopsticks.
No. Top.
I'm chopped.
No, I didn't say that. Toppings.
Toppings.
Yes!
Oh, man. Okay, what's the rest?
Do you like
What toppings do I like?
on pizza?
On pizza.
Yes!
I like pepperoni. I like pepperoni.
My god, that
my
was so
God.
hard, bro.
I love Valorant.
Me too,
Okay.
buddy.
Guys, thanks for watching this amazing game. Whoever came up with this idea was a genius. I had a lot of fun, and King is very bad at this game.
What? We got it. We got everything.
Yeah, but still, could have been easier, you know.
Yeah, if you weren't, I'm not gonna say it.
car's low-key beating, bro.
Oh my god, it's like going through a roller coaster!
Oh shit!
Woo!
That's some way to die.
Oh!
Give me that shit! Give me that shit!
Didn't want to join your
Hey. Well, I'm looking nervous, bro. Like, I'm shaking right now.
How do you think that was gonna?
I cannot aim right now! No! Okay. Oh my god.
Why am I more nervous right now?
Bro, my heart is beating. What? No!
Drop.
Ice cold. Ice cold. I run it. Ice cold. Ice cold. I run it.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Américas. Let's go! One more is all it takes.
Hello and welcome back to Stage 2 of VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Smoothie Bar, here where people drink smoothies famously. We're not going to be doing any of that today, though. No smoothies.
I've been brought under false pretenses?
Absolutely none. We've got Red Bull. That's
Sorry.
it. All right,
Okay.
so you're going to have to be happy
Is it smooth?
with that. It's smooth.
Okay,
All
good,
right.
good.
That's Sideshow. That's Bren. I'm Ender, in case you were unaware, good people. And, well, week one, let's just say it. I want to quote you, Josh, because it was bonkers.
Bonkers.
And I think our co-streamers would agree. Let's check this out. Bonkers.
Nice up close, we're in the post line as he gets the drop and Digizine ducks the shot.
Yes! How's the
He's
ult not hit
reckoning
him?
that coming out from the attack
doesn't
side. This
matter.
gets a
Wait,
bit
why
more
are we also
uncomfortable
one by
now.
one-ing?
Jeez, Arona's gonna make the
Okay,
play.
that's more-
Knight's
wait,
trying to
oh my
pre-fire,
God,
though,
oh
he's
my
out of
God, I
the
can
ball.
feel it! No!
Oh my god, Pink is slow.
Nice days. Ace to keep
They're both
envying
on
this
his
now.
feet.
Both players
Yes!
your boy!
Let's
Go,
go!
boys!
He popped everywhere.
Knights!
We can do it!
That's a nice round by him.
Look at him! He's hyped up!
I feel like he doesn't need the neon ult, but I guess to secure it, maybe. Maybe he can use it in this round.
Bro, they have Timotino here. Why am I so scared of Timotino? Look at this guy. Oh, bro, this is a celebration.
I don't believe it.
He's still going for more.
I do not believe
Oh
it.
my god.
Lev is too good at these retakes. They'll win. No delay at A ramp either. Yeah, they win.
He's gonna test the pin, try and make some
Oh,
saves.
what a kill.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
Swipe his pin.
Bro, he nearly got a whole ace in the Phoenix.
Not one singular health was lost. He wins. There's so
Hold on. Speaking way too soon. Saturate flying.
An actual 1v4.
What does C9 even do?
Yeah, really calm reactions out of Tarek with the Sentinels.
I think he got his energy back.
Yeah, he's locked and loaded. And you know what? So are our teams after 1 week of games. Let's throw up the standings and see where our teams lie. A lot of ones and zeros. Bren, what do you make of the binary?
Best team in the world, question mark?
True.
Wait, they're ahead of Lev, the Masters winners?
G2, second worst team in Americas, as we predicted. All things exactly as predicted.
Yeah.
We should just wrap up the stage right here. I don't think there's anything else we need to do.
No need to watch any further.
Nope.
We already know who's good and who's bad.
Actually, you should watch further because we've got champs points up for grabs. It's not as simple as how many rounds you win, how many maps you win. No. You got our teams here. Obviously, Leviatán and G2 doing wonderfully for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, today, in terms of champs points, right, it's Lev have basically locked themselves in almost. I mean, they only need a couple more and they've got it.
Yeah.
If they bomb out of playoffs, that's if. A big if.
I mean,
even there yet.
For the teams that are a little further down, like your G2s and your NRGs, if G2 absolutely like fall over on their face, there is a chance that NRG could overtake them, which could end up being important. The problem with champs points is you literally just have to get as many as you can and hope that it works out at the end.
I mean, luckily for them, G2 look like they have a bit of vertigo at the moment. They're looking like they could teeter. But today, we don't have G2 or anything like that. We have Leviatán versus Evil Geniuses, followed by Envy and MIBR. Last week, it was all these 3-game series non-stop. Are we going to have a quicker day today? What do we think?
I mean, maybe. I mean, listen, on paper, these should be incredibly one-sided matchups, but where's the sign?
Yep, here it is.
Yeah,
Here's the upset sign. 75 days since you saw a very one-sided game between
I was making an argument that the
MIBR.
Sentinels game should have been the upset when Sen won versus C9 because, listen, they had Marv playing.
Because they had Marv in. Sure. Yeah.
I was making that argument. I got overruled. So
it's more funny if it's this one.
If it's that one, because that one's
literally unbelievable.
The MIBR game.
Yeah.
Which
surely it won't happen again.
Surely.
Right?
Surely not. They couldn't 13-1 and then 13-3 them twice in a row. No. But that rematch is later in the day. Our first match is not. In fact, these two teams haven't played each other since 2024. So we have to go on recent history with Leviatán, who actually had a shakier return to the stage.
Yeah, I mean, they lost dominantly on this map of Sunset. So they got 13-1'd here, and I think that this map presents an opportunity in the map pool for EG to pick into it if they've got good theory. I think one of the big things, though, that Lev were getting hit by was a deadlock pick that they weren't ready for and a lot of set strats. So they would have to be coming in with something similarly good in order to throw Lev off, because Lev are a fantastic team.
Yeah, I had agree with that as well. I mean, there were other weaknesses as well, I think, in terms of Lev. The first map of Haven, Lev ended up winning it by the nature of them getting both pistols as well. They were actually pretty even in terms of gun rounds with Fury in that. This could have been a world where we see Fury were actually up, and then they ended up kicking EU anyway, and then we were all wondering what the hell was going on. But that wasn't the world we're living in. We're living in this current one here. But there are definitely weak points, I think, and that happens when you are on the top currently as a team. You have a target on your back.
Yeah. Are there some concerns with Lev's map pool? Because they're permanently banning Breeze. It's a map they're 0-8 on this year.
Yeah.
Their Sunset, dreadful looking, and sure, maybe Cope, it's a deadlock pick, but also there's Summit in the pool as well, which they're banning. So where do they sit now?
I think that's an extremely valid opinion to have, that their map pool might not be as fleshed out. For them, because they've got so many champs points, they can work on it over the course of the stage. But those are 3 maps to be keeping track of throughout the whole thing to see if by the end of it, they look like a team that can still win another trophy.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to do some building there, but we've got some information from Sato. Emily caught up with him earlier.
It has been a common trend across VCT for teams to go off and win internationals just to come back and kind of go through like a fall off period. I'm curious, what is Lev doing different to kind of prevent that same narrative from happening?
I think a lot of teams, after they win like an international, they, try to, they feel very confident on themselves, and maybe sometimes they lack like enough practice. And for us, I feel like it kind of happened in the first match. We entered the match like cold, but after getting getting yelled at by our coaches, by everyone. Everyone like kind of just talked to each other and said, yo, we cannot allow this type of behavior to keep going. So I think we're back onto like shape and we're ready to win it all.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of never underestimate your opponents until you have that win. Okay, great. Well, good luck today.
Well, let's talk evil geniuses now, because if you dust off the ancient tomes, you would know that this team used to be called the super creative team. Potter's coming up with strats, putting people on different roles.
Yeah.
And last week they busted out the veto. Is this a return to that ancient tale?
I think it was incredibly telling as well that in Potter's coaching interview, she was saying that it was just watching Digizine in ranked playing veto, and then they decided to try it. And he was using a bit of util here and there, but honestly, it was just shooting for me, for my eyes, when I was watching. I think individuality from Digizine, you're always going to get that with his raw aim and his mechanics, and that showed, of course, but what he was doing actually on the agent wasn't anything unique. I mean, you can TP into the agent on Omen, you can dash into a site as Jet, you can glide in as Neon. It didn't really, his play wasn't defined by the veto as much as his shooting was.
Yeah, we've seen some teams, I mean, I've seen Favian playing it in EMEA recently as well, and the thing that you always notice with veto players is it's people that have amazing gun skill, and they just don't want any util to be in the game so that they can take gunfights.
Fair enough.
But to be honest, a lot of the time I think these teams would be better off just picking chamber, because you get to play around with the AWP, you get to put yourself on aggressive off-angle positions, and you can work more ideas around it with trap setups and stuff than really you can with the veto. I've never seen a team do well with the veto, to be honest, when it's like the impact of the agent.
Sure.
It's really rare.
Yeah, and honestly, I was liking some of the things I saw on EG's attack. Primarily, they're playing double Sentinel, so it's kind of hard to just full exec a site, but they were taking controls of both mains almost every round. I think a chamber could easily slot in and do very similar things, but we have more from Emily, this time standing by with Superman.
Superman, you've been competing for so long. You've played with so many different players. So I'm really curious, what sets your current roster apart from your previous ones?
I have 4 new teammates this year, so I feel like a lot has changed. Yeah. Just everything has changed.
In a good way?
Of course.
I love that that's for the better. And now, one more thing I'm curious about is, did bringing in Zerona and Pancakes sort of as like a dynamic duo help stabilize your team to find that early success in week 1?
I would say so 100%. I mean, Pancakes, you know, he's a great IGL, great firepower. I feel like all of us almost always on the same page as his, you know, with his vision for the game. Yeah. As far as Zerona, I mean, you guys seen how you play. That guy is him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta love the flower power. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I had agree. I think Zerona is him. I think he's added a lot in terms of something extra to EG that they were missing, which is this urgency, the sense of urgency, everybody be on the same page. And I've pulled some clips as well. One of them is just in the general macro sense that I want to start with here, which is this mini-map perspective of Zerona, where he's playing off the back of this. So Envy make a decision to try and take and control over towards B main early. They fight into it, and we see an instant reaction out of Zerona, where he's pushing all the way up through mid, and he uses Yuta to clear it up. But it's the timing I want to talk about. The deep TP in, another dart into market as well. He knows it is relatively clear, sends a clone first in case it's that util. Envy are going for this main crunch at the same time, trying to fight this forwards, but Zerona is instantly activating off to the side, not wasting any time whatsoever in terms of that. But then there's also the aspect of the way that this guy takes angles, which I think is incredibly impressive. I think he entries incredibly well for the team, but I want to talk about this, his positioning and the way that he plays on this map. He's very unorthodox in terms of the way that he plays these angles right now. Crouched up onto Dice, he's taking this angle, the crosshair placement is perfect, and when Kesnet is taking his peak, his crosshair placement is going to be way past this entire point. It's not going to be for any of these other actions. It's going to be past where Zerona is holding. You see it play out perfectly. He's got a lot of intelligence. His game IQ is incredibly high, and it also comes on the back of the way that he takes these decisions in moments like this. Knights, he hears util being used as the paranoia is thrown out, takes the timing straight past the smoke. And then another turret placed down as well, so he knows where Demon 1 is. But I think across the board, Zerona is a fantastic addition to this team. He is exceptional in terms of the way that he decides to move around the map and the way that he decides to take these fights with his crosshair placement. Even in moments like this, where he's just setting up off the fly, a little bit of a crossfire setup, Superman's taking the point and the contact, and off the flash just swinging through off of it. But I was seeing numerous examples of it where he is preempting where players are going to be swinging from, able to take them out. And that extra firepower, listen, EG haven't been missing that necessarily. They've had players like Digizine that have been pulling their weight and more on this squad. But with Zerona and Pancakes in now, This is genuinely the extra element where EG looked like a scary team, I think, a contender, almost a dark horse to be able to upset some potential teams. Now, can they do it against Lev? Not too sure. We're going to have that answer today, but they are looking so much more improved as a result of it.
I love watching these clips. I mean, when he's tucked inside the smoke as well, hiding in that little area where your view model would block where he is, or possibly as you're jumping in, you might not get spotted. I think he's also just incredibly decisive, isn't he? He moves quickly. He takes advantage of opportunities really fast. You can see why they like playing with a guy like him.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of room to go as well, because I think the big turn for me came like that round you showed the 4K into an immediate 3K back-to-back rounds. He heated up in that second half of Ascent to close things out. So if we're liking what we're seeing with the new kids for Evil Geniuses, if we have some maybe concerns about the newer maps in the pool for Leviatán, upset chance? How are we feeling?
It's always there. No game is ever one-sided.
No
game is ever decided before you even get in.
I don't know. I've watched some of your streams in Ranked.
That's
the
true.
Baller's Law doesn't
That's
extend to
true.
Friends Rank games.
That
But the Baller's Law,
doesn't extend to
30% chance of an upset always happening. My problem with it is the world in which an upset happens here has to include Sunset gets picked and they have really good map theory on it, so already that's a requirement.
Yeah.
The third map has to be something winnable for them too, because like Split, you're probably not winning that against Lev, right? But like, what is the other map that is winnable? Does Summit somehow manage to be able to get through? Like, I don't really see a world in which you get 2 out of 3 of the maps that you had concerns about.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some electric performance somewhere else from Dezeen and Zerona in order to carry you through a map you're not favored on, and you have to have really good ideas, probably with a double Sentinel idea like Fnatic are playing on Sunset. So there's a lot of stuff that would need to happen for an upset to come through, but it would be a this level kind of upset.
Yeah,
like,
we could write that, erase that, go down to 0 if it happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing for EG to be able to take out Envy, who are looking like potentially one of the worst teams that we have in Americas currently.
Yep.
And now they're going up against the Masters winners. I think that's a significant step up, but there is something to be said about when you win a trophy, that target is on your back. Everybody's watching your VODs. Everybody's trying to learn from you to see what you are doing differently to make you a trophy-lifting team. And that often spells doom and defeat. There's a reason we don't have a lot of consistency in Valorant. It's incredibly hard to stay on top.
It's that fire from other teams. It's also just coming back and you're playing a new game with 2 new maps, coming into the pool. Some changes on the patch as well. But no one really doubts the Masters champs except for Emily.
I don't know what Emily has heard. Emily's the one talking to the teams, isn't she? So maybe Emily's heard some inside, juice, the gossip.
Right.
Superman's convinced her by saying Zerona is him, and I got to believe in him.
Yeah.
Surely him can take it.
A completely unbiased party, I'm sure, has influenced her somehow to vote for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if it pays off, I
mean, you look at the people, 82% of people going with Lev. That's why it would be an upset of such enormous, and both games today would be enormous upsets, despite the fact that this was Envy beating MIBR previously. That was the big upset.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it's going to be possible. Leviatán and Evil Geniuses are ready to face off, and VCT Americas starts right now.
People already don't really expect too much from us, but over these past few months, we've definitely improved a lot as a team. So it's just living up to our own expectations, honestly, and showing what we are made of and what we can do.
Nice for the fake TP, gets in forward by the planter and also triggers that shield wall. Superman low around the corner, that's a given. Flash out here for the back of the side, it's Bao notching up 3.
Tem o DG também, que eu conheço há muito tempo. Primeira vez jogando contra o DG acho que nas Olimpíadas, acho que é a primeira vez. E, cara, vai ser um bom jogo.
O DG acabou sendo taqueado, ainda assim ele busca a eliminação em cima do Demon One. O DG devolve, só sobrou o Glyph.
Então eu espero que ele consiga jogar bem na partida, mas não consiga ganhar.
Él va de fuego, a ver qué tanto tiene, qué tanto consigue. Ya ve a uno en la zona de maceta y lo rompe. ¡Uy, buen salto! ¡Por Dios, a doble baja! Y quiere más saber qué tal juega salto pequeño. 4 eliminaciones, Dios mío. ¿Qué juega este muchachito?
There's definitely going to be a lot of curveballs for the Stage 2 season. I'm just wishing for the best and going to show the world what EG can do.
Well, let's see what they can do then as we get into the match here. EG versus Leviatán, and it's going to be an interesting one, I'll tell you that much. And we're looking forward to it, genuinely.
Yeah, I think it'll be a fun one to see whether Lev can get tested in these kind of ways, and whether the, it wasn't just a blip. I keep wanting to call it a blip on Sunset, but at the same time, they did get absolutely dominated on that map. So it's more than just a blip. It was a serious issue for them, but it was only on one map out of the pool.
I mean, that's what I mean. It's a new map in the pool, and it's an unknown quantity. And Furia came in with very good strategies and preparation. Is that going to be repeatable? That's the question, right? I don't know. Well, we're gonna, potentially going to find out.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Is can the maps that they're playing be a threat in the series? Can the ideas be a threat? Can the players be a threat? Because the level of discipline, ideas, and star power on Leviatán on the other side is so high.
Yeah, it truly is. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the action momentarily as we just get to find out what they do have up their sleeves. I mean, there's a big ask in terms of stage 2. Lev know it. They know it's going to be an uphill struggle. Thankfully, they've done the hard lifting now. They've got themselves enough champ points. And to be honest, they could bomb out if they wanted to.
I mean,
they could.
The thing is, if they completely bomb out, and then there's 5 additional champs points for whoever finishes third.
Okay, maybe not bomb out then.
Yeah, it would start to get a little bit sticky. So they still need to be able to pick up wins here and there. Yeah, they've already got 1 win, and almost everybody predicting that this would be the 2nd win as well.
Yeah, definitely would be. Now, I currently can't see a thing, but when I hear that music, Josh, the Pavlovian response is kicking in, and I've just heard of the maps.
Yes.
Sunset in the pool, map
Sunset in the
number 2.
pool makes a big difference, honestly.
That's a big one.
That's a really big addition.
My vision has returned, I can see now.
Yeah, Sunset, I think, is a great map selection here. The problem is, as I was saying to Ender, there's not 2 out of 3 really dangerous maps here for Leviatán.
Yeah, that's the difficulty.
Lev are very strong on Split and on Haven. I think this opener is not where EG are most likely to deal their blow. It's more likely going to come in maps 2 and 3 if EG were able to pull off some kind of upset. Split, though, is one where you have an enormous amount of tape. The VOD footage is maximized here. So if EG want to dig back into those ancient tomes and restart the narratives of them being an anti-strat team, which I don't think has been accurate for years at this point.
Yeah, nah.
But if they had some kind of game plans, then maybe you could see it come out.
A lot of ifs, a lot of buts.
But this guy right here is so difficult to get through.
Yeah, if there's a player that's going to be shutting it down, it's going to be Neon, isn't it? Unbelievable form that he's really showcased. The rest of Leviatán are going to be... Listen, they're no slouches. This is not just a one-player team.
No, the 2 people, in my opinion, that are so tough to get through on this first defense side are Blows over towards A main, or rather in A heaven, because he's going to catch you with some kind of spam kill on the entry. He's going to be rock solid in the spot that he holds. And Neon too, because Neon's anchoring of B is disgustingly good.
Yeah.
And then also his control of any screens aggression to set up for the A retakes, also immaculate. I don't think enough gets talked about how good he is on Omen on this map. It's more fun to talk about his flashy performances on stuff like Chamber on the others. But
I mean, he's got a very good awareness of when he should be committing to fights, when he shouldn't be on his anchoring. He's
immaculate.
He does it better than some defined Omen players, where that's the only role that they play. It's astounding the level of skill that this guy has, but that's why we keep talking about it. It's very much a David versus Goliath situation. See if EG can do it as we get started onto Split. And this is a map where it has been the go-to, genuinely, for the longest time for Leviatán. Doesn't matter that they be running the same defaults in and out. It's time for that match start, brought to you by Samsung OLEDs. Yeah,
well, EG, if they are the David in this Goliath story, they've got 2 stones that are going to fit into the sling, and that is those duelists, Dejazine and Serona.
Yeah, it definitely is. Viper orb up.
Looking to poke, looking to prod.
These 2 teams, yeah. There's pot shots on either side. A real commitment other than Dejazine going down early, but that's how Haunter now popping through with a flash forwards as Sato again. Head off the shoulders here for Zerona, gliding forward, still tucked to the corner, but that is lovely aim, lovely work over the shoulder to be helping out.
Superman, the final one left alive to pick up the pieces. I mean, he has found that gap over towards A. That's something that EG might want to rely on later on. You know, if you can pull blows into mid like this, there is going to be a big gap for Superman, but this is not the round to capitalize on it. In fact, in rounds like this, sometimes it can be better just to go down and show that you didn't know about this A gap.
Poison's off. 30
Superman
seconds left.
obviously spotted out at this point. Sato is unbelievable. I mean, 4 kills for him on a pistol, 1 away from the ult already.
He's outrageous, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's defined himself very, very clearly as the best Phoenix in the world. There might have been conversations prior to Masters London. A lot of people looking towards people like, I don't know, Primi, maybe? Not that he was playing a lot of Phoenix on the run-up, he was mostly playing Jet, but... If Zerona is him, I don't know what words you're going to use to talk about Sato.
Yeah.
Sato is at next level.
It really is. That's why we were talking about it. It is a significant step up from one game to the next for EG.
Because it's not necessarily the quality of players. Like, Envy have high-quality players, but this team system works brilliantly with Lev.
Yeah, it's about how well it's put together, but this is quite nice from Digitine. He's already taking charge of the situation. Spike with that Judge, but listen, trying to square up, trying to scrap as well. He's pulling a couple of players, bringing them down low. No real kills here, but surely Neon with a follow-up, tries to spray him down, anticipating that re-swing.
Hey, this is danger.
He's handed over 2 guns. 2 rifles, and Spike still not with that upgrade into that 2v2.
Yeah, but Spike still has slide. He can take an engagement here and one-shot either of these players.
Kind of broken, he's just finding the right time to engage. He's already through and out. It's a lot of damage done again, but that Bulldog in the hands of Digitine. He's taken over now. Already still damaged. He plays as weak as anything, but it goes both ways. Blows! Oh, into the 1v1. It's Bowden takes it for a thrifty win early on. Smiles on their faces, no doubt about it.
I can't believe the judge didn't get the one-shot there on a 50 health player.
Shotgun nerfs, man.
It feels like it,
It
yeah.
is.
I got that, my brain's still on a previous patch. This is a really heavy commitment here coming out through Mail by Sato. Sato goes in to try to help out the first player who dies, King, but King didn't have a weapon. So Sato's overcommitment there actually gives the weapon away and they can't recover it. It's a huge opportunity for EG. These are the kind of things that you want to capitalize on when you're the underdog in a squad like this, in a situation like this, rather.
Yeah, we're going to be taking it slow for now.
The Paper X play.
It is. Straight through the smoke. Little hot flash play through. Hold on. A lot of damage done. Pancake's got to be careful here. Sato. He's only got the classic, but he's still looking to see if he can take this fight. And this is Pancake's hard committed into the corner.
When have you seen a fight here?
It's so unorthodox, but it works out in the favor. Lev forcing the issue.
That's crazy. Sato now has a gun and an ult.
And just like this, we're going to see the back and forth thrifties potentially. Zerona looking to plug up a potential gap over towards Heaven. Now side control, Spike. He's going to need to do some miraculous stuff with a bandit in hand. Potentially the right tool, but with that rifle, listen, Sato straight A, he's got to run it back to playoff. This is going to be a full heal back up. He's taking a fight forward. Spike just plays it beautifully. Takes one down to the grave with him. Sato happy to slow it down. Not force the issue. This is Superman though with a mass rotation potentially, looking to see if he can get all the way to the B site.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds roughly now. Superman's going to be given time. A lot of space here for the plant.
Yeah, he's got to reposition, I think, into a situation where he can catch Sato off guard. That's the big advantage that he currently has. Sato was giving him a ton of credit that he was going to loop back into A. So Superman digs himself into a forward position. Does Sato think about it?
Diligence in the mind. Superman though. This forward position is absolutely everything. And a 2-1 start here for EG. Definitely got dicey.
It did, but their economy's already in a good spot because they thrifted the previous one, and they actually drew the Phoenix out of Sato. You can talk about the fact that this was a dangerous round for EG when it maybe shouldn't have been, but end of the day, with the results being what they are, I think they can be fairly happy about that. Might have even set them up into a better position, because now Zerona, with the ult advantage, could put them in a position where Lev's economy is going to get knocked again. Yeah. Can they snowball this?
Ramp takeover towards it. Running back now going to be used through the main choke point. Nobody is home. Fastly known forwards. Vizazine trying to sidestep a lot of Yuto coming his way. There's many layers to this. DTP up and towards heaven.
That's a cool anti-strat. They're trying to punish blows who would normally be spamming there.
But there's a rapid take again. The repush already called for. Lever looking to see if they can flood back down towards the ramp, and a fight into the smoke up towards heaven. It's dominated. King Fell's bow in the process here, and Superman's left with a very difficult decision making. Digizine's just going to hold on for as long as he possibly can, but a Hawk revealing out towards the back, and that is Spike and Blows already activating. Collapsing onto the side, a little bit of a side step, but Superman not ready for that one. Blows immediately on the right line.
Their A retakes are just too good. You shouldn't be able to play a retake every round and win as much as they do. But I think they were saying that they win. This is the stat that I believe it was a coach or a manager tweeted this out after London, that they were winning something like 63, 65% of their A retakes. Your numbers should be half that as a good team. It's astonishing how many of these they win. And that was a cool idea from EG. They know that Blows likes to play in A Heaven, so they slid their Neon into the A Heaven smoke at the same time as they TP their Omen up there.
Yeah.
And somehow Blows has got the Spidey sense to back off before it even happens. That was EG trying to be the anti-strat team. And yet somehow, Lev duck and weave past all of these ideas every time.
Not much in the bank in terms of weaponry here. EG. Get a rifle in the hands of the Jazim, but a flash and a refight once more. Core for Spike. Oh my! Just combines his might.
It's too good.
Alongside Sato.
You can't fight these guys in B main.
No, you can't. It's their domain.
And it's unfortunate for EG because they got out to such a good opener here. You would have loved to see them be able to pick up some of that momentum and snowball it forwards, and instead this is going to be Lev with the lead.
Toxin screen down.
Which is a really unusual thing to say after that you drop the anti-eco straight after the pistol.
It really is.
Flawless.
All pro players trying to make full usage of the Bandit, I think, with the recent buffs.
Oh, the Bandit is so good. That was one of the reasons why we saw them be able to pick up these eco rounds in the first place.
Yeah.
Double flash reclear setup. Phoenix flash going out to the right-hand side. Giving you even less time to react to it.
Let's try. Let's try.
Yeah, you can start to see, I mean, EG protocol's not really in place, I think, to have players in the anti-flash, but even if they were, the Paranoia is going to be catching them.
Yeah.
So, multiple layers that Lever putting on display.
Well, here's Blows again. Same spot.
Same spot. We'll see if he can play around this one now. As looks to potentially pull back. This is forward again with that fast lane, but already reinforcements called for. They've arrived onto the scene. Potentially onto the side here. Full Heaven control. Not giving up. Prowler looking for the catch, but that's a misclearance, and that's Vizazine. Right time to strike. Right where the iron is hot. Good sidestep by King. He's at least able to return with a couple of more bullets, but at a player disadvantage now. Lev in a 2v3.
Well, we've all seen this highlight. Sato with a 4K as he ran through a pit, but I don't think King and Neon are going to feel quite as confident as Sato did in his Phoenix ult.
Spike is just on the outside of the pit. Paranoia is going to be flooding forwards. Players already vacating though and on the move.
Yeah, it's a nice rewrap.
Yeah, it's planning for Heaven. Smoke though is going to be obfuscating
surely
some
not.
level of this. He's tucked around a corner. He's tucked around a
surely
corner.
not.
He's tucked around a corner. King! Okay. I was worried for a second. Could you tell?
I think EG might have been as well. If he hadn't been inside the pit there, it's possible that he might have lived.
Yeah.
But definitely making EG sweat. Nevertheless, this little play over towards A ramp, it's not just Dijazine tucking into a corner, it's Zerona being there to flash peek off his contact. And I think if you were going to come up with an anti against Lev on this map, the simplest one you can do is get into A with Viper Molly and Viper Orb in A Heaven so that you don't die to Blows at the beginning and just play 5v5 post plants. 5v5 post plants on A, in theory you should be able to win. In reality, actually, Lev are incredible at them, but it's not a bad idea coming out from EG, from Potter.
I think this is what we were talking about earlier, just that target on the back. Once you win it, lift the trophy, you are the top dog. Everyone's got their sights on you. No one whatsoever is going to be taking a foot off the gas when they play against you.
Especially when you've played 92 games of Split.
Yeah.
With the same comp.
But for Lev, you know, talk about it, sometimes teams, as much as teams do want to stay on top, the fatigue can set in, and it's difficult to remain there.
There's a strategic adjustment in this round as well of Spike playing more on A ramp, but that's allowed EG to go up mid a little easier. And this is a weird smoke. It's like you're doing the B-pop smoke, and they're just going to try to walk through and see if they can catch a pick in heaven.
Clear a bit of space. Good punish by Digizine. Just spots it. Killer instinct on Lion King. Swiftly accosted, yeah, and he's going to be taken out, but Neon onto that push, a high ground, target prioritization, Digizine lights them all up.
That's an immaculate round by Digizine. Doesn't get better than that. Quite a difficult entry to get, actually. He was sliding into a defender's face, but snaps his crosshair up and deals with everyone else. I think he's going to get the final here, too.
Yeah, probably. Blows. Unaware of it. Hold on. Yeah, tapping away there. Vandal gets it done.
Brilliant round from Digizine.
9-6.
That's the kind of magic that EG need to be able to power them through some stickier situations. And you know what? A great call as well. They'd already conditioned Lev to think like they were just going A-pop, 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 and that pulls Spike off mid, allows them an easier route through mid. Really good game plan, really good calling, really good execution from the players so far. I think EG can be happy about being 4-3 up.
Definitely so. It's working out, man. I mean, this is a much improved EG than what we're used to. Forces the timeout from Leviatán, because EG clearly coming in with some pretty good ideas, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to be creative in terms of the compositions that you run. I think this is something that people sometimes get twisted. You don't need to have an elaborate, crazy anti-strat comp in order to outplay your opponent. But the more that you're aware of their tendencies, the more you can come up with ideas. Because you don't need to prep for every eventuality. You know what they're going to do. Potter here, just making some small adjustments in the timeout that Owner has called. But EG mixing together the A-site pops with more of the mid-defaulting is going to cause a lot of problems for Spike in particular. Because Spike is the guy that has to go and help blows if required.
Trying to stay active across the map here. Lev have got a lot of ults to use on the other side of the attack timeout.
Yeah, that's the silver lining for them. And you might want, as Leviatán, to take control away from EG, the tempo, take the fights into EG, so that when they are running these slower rounds, you can more accurately tell where they're headed.
See, Lev, onus on them really to see if they can make a play for it. Neon, it's a fake TP into the corner, but just baits back up to Nubox to take a listen into Lev as well, as we see what they potentially cooked up for this one.
Passei backside. Entrou. Cuidado meio. Aceleraram, botaram. Tá, pode jogar do pegar até mim meio. Sim, pode jogar do ar também.
Correu full da B.
Tô ficando trefando aqui ainda. Tô mirando CT na só, guys. Cuidado do céu.
Tem muita ulti,
cuidado do céu, Sato, cuidado do céu.
Tá, tô olhando no céu aqui.
Tô veitando.
Tem um, mais um.
Mas meio.
Sai daqui. Vai sair. Consegue tocar meio, Bruno?
Calma, não consigo ainda.
Você esquece de tentar isso aí ou não?
Tô de strafe aqui. Tá, eu tô meadaço. Quer trocar de arma, viado?
Vai, joga Givando isso aí, eu tô de foto agora.
Tá, olha isso então. Um B. Homem B, não tem muito Viper.
É, o céu A, Viper. Tu pra corda aqui.
Toma HS, Viper. Tenta vir no lugar, também comigo.
Vai permeado.
Tá passando base, passou base CT.
Passou base?
Pra ver?
Dá pra ver, King, dá pra ver.
Céu.
Tô strafando meio, guys, agora.
Tá céu, ele não pode vir em base agora, King.
Pode corda o Spike. Não, pode. Pode.
Pode estar CT então, né, Blue? Não pode CT não. Meio meu. CT não pode, ele tá céu A.
Olha a corda, Spike. Isso, assim tá bom, guys.
Ele tá meado.
Bangou corda. Comeu corda.
Eu vou ficar, eu vou combinar.
Vamos acertar de vida.
Morri.
Boa, caralho! Bora, caralho! Bora, porra!
Bora, caralho.
Well, it's a sliver of life that King survives on, but the team gets it done in the end. And they were losing track of where the EG players were. You could see and hear and tell, really, the chaos, the communication, just trying to clear up the picture of where they could be.
Yeah, and that's because I think Superman has a good idea of if you create pressure over towards B, there are going to be gaps that open towards A and mid. And so he exploited that, but it was too little too late. I think a lot of credit should be given to the way that Neon plays over towards B. It's so easy as an Omen to get punished in that spot, but he lives with 59 HP, and it's critical for the rest of their round. EG are going to go back to that B main fake pressure. Digizine will find no angles here looking into a pit with his op. And the op, I'm not sure about this one from Digizine, because it's been the faster plays and the ability to get into A quickly that have caused the problems. He's always got the ult in the back pocket, so it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, but maybe they're hoping to find an A ramp pick. It looked like he wanted to walk up mid with that, though.
Potential punish on where they know the player positions are if they can hear a jump spot, but think it's all silent up onto ramp from Spike. He's aiming for it though. That is good work. Indeed. Bit of spam as well. Blows will reveal his position and his hand. Prowler down. Not towards it, but they're happy to slow it down once more. They've about a minute on the mark. There's in no real rush. Superman moving forwards up through mid while the rest of this pressure is made. It's just Pancakes being able to find that kill onto Sato. Meanwhile, the kill was claimed into mid.
Yeah, that was King finding Superman, and they know that EG only have one lurker, so now King, he doesn't care about mid anymore.
No, you see the running back now utilized, but that's going to be a seize to lock you in place. Blows, he's under tremendous amount of pressure, needs a bit of a bailout, but King just immediately going to be taken out already. Target prioritization is elite from Blows. Tucked tight into the corner, the damage done, and there's that slam dunk finish from Neon. Unreal work.
Lev adjusting the way that they play their defense, not playing the A retake, getting Blows into that tucked slant corner. And you are so right with that. The target prioritization is world-class, unbelievable there. Taking out the player that had the rifle, even though they weren't looking in that direction. Then he kills the player that grabs the rifle out there, who isn't flashed. Then he takes down the flash player. Yeah. It's outrageously good.
Phenomenal. Genuinely phenomenal. Doesn't get sidetracked, doesn't get distracted.
No, that's amazing stuff from Blows, really is. It's so easy in a spot like that to either spray too much because you're under pressure, to lose your cool to any degree. EG are going to take an attack time out of their own here. Potter got a chance to talk to the squad only a couple rounds ago. But now as Lev take the lead again, EG needed an adjustment. I don't think the attack op was the play, even though it did actually manage to generate them a pick. I think the faster plays into A and then disguising that a little bit so that you like pump fake A a couple of times to get Superman into lurk positions is going to be the way that EG come out with more wins in this half.
Yeah. Definitely an agreement. I think that's what worked for EG so far.
But the problem is, Bren, the money is just ruined now for EG. That was the round that they had to get something done. Think about it. They lost the Operator, which they had a massive purchase into, and they also lost Dujazzin's ult, which would have been huge for them in an eco round like this. They're now just working with scraps and a hero rifle for Dujazzin. But he's been the guy.
Definitely has for them.
Oh, look at Spike's position.
See how this one gets taken. Through ramp once more.
It's cool to see Lev get tested. I don't think you see people push them to the degree where Spike has to mix up his defensive positioning as much as this.
It's going to happen more and more though as well. I mean, these stage 2 matches, group stage for Lev, I mean, not the highest stakes in the world in terms of the skin in the game that they have, but for EG, it's everything. Opportunity to potentially take a very major scalp.
And create confidence for yourself that you're going to be able to do a similar thing when you get towards play-ins, playoffs later. EG pumped a little bit of pressure over towards A, drew Spike out of his position though, and now they're coming back.
Didn't hold on to the ramp pressure though. That's
the classic.
Yep. Oh. Straight over towards it, and he's preempting where all these players might lie. Prowler will chase him down, but luckily supportive there. Spike, a little bit of a misstep in terms of that stun. Pancakes. It's W King. He wasn't even facing it, still got the kill, but it is cleaned up nevertheless. So, goodbye for EG, went the expected way.
Dude, Blows is just so good. He's such a good player. His awareness of how the map feels and when the timings are going to happen. Look at this. He's just spamming. As EG gets set up, he reads the feel of the game. How does this Viper wall feel? Does it feel like the timing could be real? Does it feel like I need to create some pressure behind this? And he's just right so often. Guns back online for EG. Heavy group up towards B with their one lurker.
Yeah, big emphasis being placed as well. Neon crediting him in terms of anchoring. When to peel back, when to play it forwards. Lev.
They know that Superman's been on an aggressive lurk timing. Almost caught him there.
Very aggressive. Now we're going to see that knife fall. It's going to be scattering onto the one side of things. You know, just sidestepping for now. And there's no hard commitment from EG. They've thrown a lot of util in the process, but now a second wave of things. They're going to be flying forwards to the fast lane. Getting a lot of ground towards the back of the site. Lev happy to concede this one because they got ult to their own. That Nightfall now scatters forwards once more, removes a lot of the Qs, and even the plan being denied. It's a Molly that claims a kill of Bao. Pancakes towards the back is no more. Lit up, obliterated. It's Spike being at tip of the spear, 7-4 now, and at this point, definitely significant chances in this half for EG that they could have potentially taken a lead. It's all Lev now, though.
It really is. It's so fun to see EG running Lev's own B main default against them, with the blaze wall, with the smoke, with the pressure, and to see how Lev counter their own ideas, which is, all right, we'll give you that little piece of the site, but then we're going to flood defend in before you even get the plant down. It feels like a retake, but it's truly a pre-take. It's before EG get into any good positions. Awesome to see. Here's that similar looking B default, but this time without the blaze wall from the Phoenix. Zerona's going towards mid instead. That won't allow EG to put as much pressure on B. Look at how Neon gets in front of the attacker's smoke.
Lev just taking these timings as well as a refight in through mid. They make a lot of noise. It's util in the process.
It's very, very tough to beat a team with their own ideas.
Lev going for round 2. Going for a reclear off of just timings. Go for it once more, but nobody's home, just Zerona. Tucked to the corner, he's going to have a run it back to high pressure up towards heaven. He's going to send this one flying forwards up through mid. Spotted out though, Sato. He's got a molly at the feet, he's going to be able to force the issue. Meanwhile, the backside players, Neon, not even feeling the heat, not even feeling the pressure, but plays off of all of it perfectly. The smoke layer down on top of it. It's Bao, difficult decision to make, couldn't even pick up the upgrade, but he does at least have the spike. TP over towards A.
This will be a pit up.
Yeah, pass back over to Superman.
They can absolutely win this, but the problem... Oh no, they got a Phantom out the back of this as well.
Wow, still working on the Guardian with shots like that though. Maybe, there's a world. Pit's going to spill out now. Blight on top of the A site. No excuse being made, but Bauer's just left wandering out into the open. Left guessing here, Superman. Potential, he's thinking about it. Not taking the timing, but he's just played and found his mark. First, highlights. It's not quick enough on top of it, Sato.
How has Sato been able to overcome Superman inside of his own pit? And they are desperate to get the attention, desperate to put EG on tilt here. An A4 half that EG had so many chances in. Honestly played fairly impressively, but Sato dominates this round. Takes out Zerona in the midst of his ult, then throws down the molly, gets the punish, and gets the kill through the pit. This team's too stacked.
They really are. Could do no wrong is what it feels like, even with EG bringing absolutely everything at them. But the map, not finished, not done by any stretch of the imagination. Don't go anywhere.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
From winning Masters London to finding success back in your first week in VCTA, do you find it a little bit harder to kind of pinpoint areas to focus or improve upon when you're kind of riding on so much success?
No, I think that we are like the same team than the period before Master, you know. We only focus on the next opponent. Right now our focus is EVE Geniuses. We know that every match is hard, you know. VALORANT is a game of momentum, so we are only focusing on the next game, and hopefully we're gonna qualify to champions, and we're gonna try to win again. But we are not focusing like too much in the future.
Yeah, well, I love seeing the progression. It's been great so far. Thank you so much.
Let's get to it then. 8-4 is the half currently scoreline here for Leviatán. Honestly, a decent try by EG in many moments. I think they've come into this map, you can tell, well-versed, prepared to try and take down the Masters winners.
It's just so tough, even if your preparation is good, even if you have opportunities, capitalizing on them and being able to generate that momentum against Lev is really difficult. It's not enough to have a good idea. They're going to test every aspect of your game.
Lev A 4-1 setup. Different sides of the map, though, from what we're used to with their attack side defaults. They've got 4 players over towards A, walking behind the wall. Looking for signs of life. Looking to see where EG may lie.
It's already going to feel weird for EG because they haven't met that normal B main pressure.
No.
Full contact A
into the A side
is a crazy adjustment. What a pistol.
Hell of a read.
That's astonishing.
Hell of a read. All that space given up. They have full residency. Squatters' rights at this point.
They're full walking screens with both duelists before the plant is even down.
Yeah, I mean, you hear that plant go down, you're wondering what the hell is happening here.
How is EG going to possibly read that both duelists are already screens here?
Already ingrained towards the back. Gonna have to be cleared out here. And Lev, they didn't have to spend, really, an ounce of util to do it.
They're worried.
In the back pocket, though, does that stun immediately off the first signs of contact. Flash! Oh! It's disgusting! Results in 2 kills. Sato going to be peeling a little bit further back now, trying to rejoin the rest of the pack onto the side. The damage has been done. Pure reactions now. Gun in hand, just trying to hold over the pixel angles of Horn as well, revealing, but time is being bled firmly off the clock. A bit of running and gunning here with the pistols, but it matters not. Blows to contain it all.
What a map he's having. Blows is looking immaculate. The Haunt was also amazing.
Yeah.
And King was there on the reflank. He just sat in market for the majority of the round in Ramen. And then he was coming back through ropes as an insurance policy if it was ever required. Which it wasn't. Blows had it locked down.
For the record, was not required.
What a pistol, though. What a sick way of knowing your opponents expect something and subverting that.
And that's that trophy lifting difference, to be honest. Getting one step ahead of what your opponents are thinking.
And now we're going to see Lev with more of what you're expecting from them, that B main default. This is the kind of thing that EG will have been prepped for. Look at it.
They are. Look at them. They've got a paranoia held. Util does need to be broken, though, and that does pull Bao off the line, but he's going to be back there with the paranoia once more. Orb absorbed. Flash throw now just to scare them.
Yeah, the wall there as well, hoping that it would defuse the trap. They know that EG are going to be ready for that. And they're trying to pull out as much util. Spring the trap as early as possible.
Yeah, attempting it.
But actually, Bao holding on to it with quite a lot of patience there. And maybe here, King getting the wrong read, thinking that they would have scattered.
There's a 4-player stack. EG have got players in the right position. If Lev do choose to go, but EG are not shying away from this. They are throwing util out, pound for pound, but they're not going to have too much more in the back pocket. Not with the eco situation that they're sitting at. Still with that paranoia.
It's
Bao
all
still
on that
holding
paranoia.
it. It really is.
All on this.
Has to come to fruition. 35 seconds left. Time.
Go, go,
Barely any to work with here. Lev comes down to and they just brute force their way through and past this one because already the gamble and the trap might be working out. That's a Horned up. Big reveal in through the back and no amount of dodgy movement. DGZ just can't really avoid most of this one here. This is dissecting of the site by Lev. Trying to pick it apart here. Zerona does the best that you possibly can do in a spot like that. 14 seconds remaining in through spawn. Pancakes.
10 seconds left.
Trying to play that hurt, and they're even in maxing when the seconds are in the red.
Yeah, that's the quality. I mean, they know.
That's just unbelievable.
They know exactly where Pancakes is. And they've got that presence of mind and that calmness about them to be able to maximize. The bandwidth of the team mentally is so wide.
Nothing missing at all here. Sato.
He didn't even need the plan.
He didn't. He got a kill in the end, wouldn't he? 10-4.
Another
Ult online for the bonus.
Another example, Bren, of EG having a nice idea. They knew what was coming at them. They've got a setup, but not breaking the Haunt. And actually, having the Haunt back on an earlier cooldown did make a big difference. They threw the Haunt earlier on.
Yeah.
It got broken by Bao, and then this time Bao wanted to commit to the paranoia, and they weren't ready to break it.
That buff. Bringing the initiators back in line.
Yeah, it's funny. There's just a couple of rounds here and there where you really see the impact of that change.
There's one of them. All right, well, bonus idea to be cooked up here by Lev. They've got plenty at their disposal. Look at that util. I mean, you're lobbing absolutely everything at them at this point. The running back now going to be used to see if he can lay claim up towards heaven. Flash forwards, a sidestep though. Pocket of playing past the walls. Zerona, he was anti. Does he even with that kill claim on the spike and a bit of spam? Yeah, can follow the Prowler perfectly at that. Straight to the body of Neon. Flash forwards, those Zerona, left guessing. Onto the rope, Superman. Where'd you get that one from? Asuna? Funny all sorts of play now. Spraying away with a rifle, and that is beautiful work. EG, keep it contained.
Yeah, great play there. Stylish stuff as well. Small smile on the face, even though they're 5 rounds down. EG can be happy about that. They're expected to win a round like that, but it's always difficult holding off Lev on A. Good work from Dejazine as well, tucked into a spot that we saw Spike play. And Zerona fends off the Phoenix ultimate through a round.
Let's go,
everybody important, everybody required for that from EG. Back to the B main. Ideas for Lev, and this time only Bao looking to take contact.
Here.
Bao was instrumental in their opening win against Envy. He had so many good rounds.
He's going to be tested here, though. 5 kills to his name. He'd love to be the difference maker in a round like this. Pressure. It's there just from the hail of bullets that are going to be raining down, but the goal was never really to sight. Lev just wanted to buy a bit of space to get these orbs online.
Zerona got pulled over and threw down the molly, so they did draw a little bit coming out there, but Bao's still with that opportunity to jiggle peek and throw a paranoia.
Yeah.
Lev threatened like they could be going for a B repop or a mid walk on these kind of timings. And it's hard to tell which they're going to go for.
Keep you guessing. There's a smoke that's propped up alongside that horn. There's going to be a flash through. Forward is the fight to be taken, but it is disjointed by EG. You could tell what the idea was, but the players were not on the same page, and it's Lev that are just able to absorb most of that aggression. Like a sponge in a mid.
Yeah, funnily enough, Lev didn't actually have many players anti-flash there, which is their normal setup. Quite a few people did get caught by Zerona's flashes, but I agree with you. It felt like EG were in 2 minds about that. They didn't want to fully commit to it. And now they're just gambling that it's an A finish.
Yeah.
Which seems less likely to me, given the positioning of Neon.
Scoping this one out. They only have 20 seconds left. There were players on to B. They'd be in potential for some trouble here. Lev, though, lucky that nobody's home. Especially with the time getting this low.
Where are you?
At this point, probably going to be a save for EG. Not that you have really the luxury of rounds. I mean, it's going to be up to 11 for Lev if they do concede it, but they are miles away, so I think the decision's been made for them.
These kinds of rounds are always a bit strange to me, because EG have essentially made the gamble at 40 seconds left that it either comes A or they save. And what that means is you're never putting any pressure on Lev's economy at all. You're never allowing yourself to, you know, as EG, you win another couple of rounds, suddenly they're on an eco. It makes a comeback more possible if you're willing to fight through that. And EG need the rounds on the board anyway, so it's not like their economy can even get into a bad spot, because otherwise Lev would already have won the map. But all right, they give him somewhat of a freebie here. I think this is the first round where EG will be a bit disappointed at how they executed it. That might sound a bit generous to them when they're down by 6, but I actually think EG's general ideas and how they've been playing has not been bad. It's just that Lev have been better. This one was more of a fumble.
See it there. It's just a little bit out of sync with one another.
Yeah. I think Zerona doesn't want to do a second flash because it would blind Superman, and they don't have enough bodies behind it.
Yeah.
You can see the idea, but the execution really fails them there.
That's to be expected, I think, for EG. That's why we were talking about it being one hell of an upset, really, if they were able to at least get anything going for them. This is a squad that, you know, they've had a recent injection of new blood into the squad. I think that's been quite nice, quite good, clearly coming up with the results, but there's a difference between Envy and Leviatán.
Is there really?
There is.
Yeah,
I hate to tell you. Yeah, there is.
I think you might be onto something with that one.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Take a look at this. This is the longest win streak that we've had in Americas. G2 currently hold the lead, the record. They are not currently on that win streak, but that is their record that they've set in the past. Leviatán are on a 6-match win streak, looking to make it 7 here today. And I don't see any reason why they couldn't surpass G2's record.
No.
I think it's very likely that Lev look like a strong team heading into Champs as well, unless that map pool issue rears its head. And that's why map 2 here of Sunset is so interesting.
Because we already saw questions raised in terms of how Lev were looking on that map. I would pin that mainly down to I think that Furia had pretty phenomenal prep work on the map. Good ideas.
Basics deadlock was so good.
Yeah, well, here we are getting into the action once more. We'll see this one. There's a lot of util being held out up towards that B main control that Lev have now. Gearing up. Squaring it up now, but that's a Blaze Wall and a player forwards alongside the Prowler. They've already inserted Spike, and now the ult orb picked up. They've got the prize they claim for, looking to take it one step further forwards. There's the Horn, divides up the site here. EG, it's all on their shoulders. Arona out towards it, up towards Heaven. Just gets the one before the trade is in tap, but that was a runner back. He's going to be straight back into the action. Molly sidestep, but a plant down now for Lev.
Djazine's not in a position to flood. We saw Lev in a similar situation, and they were fast on it. They let the aggression lead them. Instead, EG have allowed Leviatán to get into a post plant.
Knife fought. It's going to be sound cues cut away from them. Gives them the indicators. Just got one player in through CT. Flash held for a rainy day, and it happens to be now. It's pouring potentially. EG forwards, but then they had a count for that. It's Neon. High ground finally dealt with. Superman, he's gliding to the side and eventually finds it, but brings it to that 1v1. Just spotting out towards the barrel, but that movement is so clean. King to exit around the corner, but it's not planning for him. He has to step up to it and still ends up winning it 12-5.
How's he got away with that one? It's not planted for him. It's tucked around the corner, but just because he tries to create the diffuse pressure, unfortunately their Superman takes a huge amount of vulnerable. I think that makes all the difference. I would have liked to see him tuck a little bit more here instead of going for the swing while he's vulnerable. I think he makes it a bit too easy for King in that spot. Lev now with 7 opportunities to close out their map pick. Their best map.
Yep. And if it ain't broke, listen, don't fix it. Same B main defaults. Being pressured hard enough. I mean, Orb conceded to them every single time. So it's a runner back earned up once more for Sato. King looking to just contain space over towards this extremity.
They're fighting into it.
Refight, yeah. EG trying to at least take it to him, but the IGL one step ahead.
EG know exactly where he's going to be positioned. Have a game plan to punish him, and he says, no. I'm good, actually. Nice. I love the way, so they expect him to be on the left angle, he tucks on the right.
Another refight to be taken across the board, but it is desperation.
He's been blinded up.
It's EG grasping at straws.
Toxins going up.
Even when you know exactly what Lev are going to be doing on this map, they throw in enough twists and turns and test your execution just enough that they still come out with dominant map wins like this.
Yeah, well, Superman's going to be chasing Ghost at this point, to be honest. Bauer's going to be under all this pressure. He's going to do it all from this spot. But that movement, the stun, clean as anything. And clinical stuff in the end. A bit of spam will solve the deal. And that is a map wrapped up nice and pretty. 13-5 Leviatán. About as clean as you can really make it. Considering the early start as well, we were definitely ready to sing the praises of EG. But Lev, here to play, really.
They look immaculate. You get them onto this map, and it doesn't matter who has tested them, they have always come out on top. One slight wobble in the Grand Finals of Americas to G2, which ended up making the difference in terms of who won. But apart from that, it's just been perfection. Basically every time, this is their home territory, and EG were not going to find a win here today.
Not quite, but we are moving into more uncomfortable territory. Sunset, the next map up here, Leviatán. Significant questions for them and a real chance, I think, for EG to potentially draw blood and more. We're going to find out on the other side of this, so make sure you do not go anywhere.
We are here in the Howling Abyss setup. This is where the players will be playing when they're not on stage. And keep in mind, it seems pretty loud right now, like you can hear everything, but as soon as the match turns on, there is white noise blaring. Like we had to get it shut off to be able to film this because you will not be able to hear anything. But overall, the setup is so sick, and everyone's warming up right now, getting locked in for the first match of the day. We are now on the EG side of their setup for Howling Abyss. You can see the entire team in the background as well getting warmed up for the first match of the day. They're all getting pretty hyped and they all seem very locked in, so we should have a banger of a first match.
Perfect timing. Oh, they're lining up for a ninja scene! Slam ducks them!
Sin se resguarda en la zona de bajo cielo y de hecho Furia está súper incómodo, pero la de Leviatán es impecable.
Congrats on the map 1 win, but looking ahead to Sunset, you know, last week's showing wasn't the best out of Lev, but do you feel like 1 week's time is enough to kind of improve what went wrong against Furia?
I can respond with an example. In London, we lost against PRX on Ascent 13-1, and then we won that map against many good teams. You know, we don't think that one result is it's enough. You know, to explain the level of a team in a certain map. Probably you're gonna see other story now. I think that we are way stronger than we show against Furia. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so no big changes going into it or anything like that?
No, it's gonna be the same thing, but better.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing it. Good luck.
Welcome back to the Smoothie Bar, where I am awkwardly alone, and that's why I had to phone a friend. On your screen here, we've got Anders, former strategic coach of G2 and Fnatic, and general knowledge holder in the Valorant space. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and we're happy to have you here because I want to dive into the game and talk some nitty-gritty for this first match, because it was really a game that, I mean, it was kind of a blowout and it could have gotten a little bit even uglier. Right from the start, Sato got on the board early with a round 2 ult, but in the details that ends up slipping away. What do you make of that situation?
I mean, it was something rather special, right? I think the intentionality of Lev's ult funneling was really on display. Sato got that 3K right off the bat, intentionally wrapped back to B main, got the orb, and then his team left the 4th guy in mid just so that he could come around and get himself online for that first ulti as quickly as he did. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Supa clutching up and neutralizing that first ultimate, this could have been even more of a runaway than what we actually ended up seeing. Not only that, but EG actually neutralized the second ultimate as well. It was really something special because we're in sort of a time right now where I think a lot of teams have let that ult funneling, that ult econ management slip a little bit by the wayside, and Lev is the exact opposite here. They were absolutely running away with it.
Yeah, they're locked in on those small little details. And I was also really impressed with their defensive play, whether that was holding on to sites or quickly coming in on the retakes. And I know we have some rounds we can look at now of just how effective Lev were on the defense.
Yeah, I think that Lev did an incredible job of just conditioning all of the different axes of defense that you want to see out of a team. I think it was round 2-2, we see a classic Lev flash trap in B main. Even with EG respecting them on the first timing, throwing a Phoenix Molly, they still get absolutely blown out. Everyone dies in that B main trap. And then we see a couple rounds later, Lev is showing these phenomenal set B retakes. And then even further now, we see in rounds like this, where they go for those hard holds. That incredible Blows 3K comes to mind. They showed sort of the key 3 pillars of defense, and it's something that EG just couldn't find their footing at any time throughout the map to try to stop.
Yeah, it was kind of funny listening to the cast because right at the beginning, Brennan and Josh, they're praising how effective Lev's retaking is. And then all of a sudden you have Blows just saying, no, I actually don't need any help retaking. He's just going to hold down the site. He had a great game, but also you can see the duelists from Leviatán absolutely running away with it. But Anders, I'd like to look forward now to a Sunset Map 2 where Leviatán got smoked last week. What are your takeaways from that game, and what do you hope to see different with them today?
I mean, I think that it's obviously a rare thing when we see Lev get blown out anywhere. I think that them leaning into their identity sort of as universally as they are with the Phoenix, with the Neon, with the Chamber, it has both its pros and its cons. I think that Sunset is a map where they kind of need to go a little bit more out of their comfort zone and push for something maybe like a Sage Chamber and see how that pans out for them. I think that Sato in particular, like, he's got infinite flexibility. He can definitely make it work. And I think that teams would be sort of hard pressed to deal with that.
Yeah, I am curious. One of the things we were talking about before the show was some potential concerns with Leviatán's map pool because Breeze is their permaban. They're 0-8 on it on the year. And then you have Sunset and Summit both coming into the pool after they win a tournament, but now they have to relearn things. Is this something you also share, that potential view, or do you see something different with Lev?
I think that it's definitely a concern. I think that part of my view on it is that I'm not overly worried for them. Part of that is because I'm biased. I have my own read on how the Sunset meta is going to sort of pan out, and I think they're well positioned to do well there. So I don't think it's pulling fire alarms yet necessarily, but if we do see that come out from them and it's not something I can really believe in, that's when I'd sort of start lighting the signal fires.
Can I get some leaked ideas from you? What do you personally like to see on Sunset these days?
Well, the part that I think is going to work well on Sunset, I think the Sage Chamber is obviously the go-to. I think that looking at Summit, sort of seeing how I expect their pool to flesh out over time, it's a lot of carryovers. I think the more they lean into the Chamber, the better off they'll be. A lot of people are going to be fixated on that Phoenix, on that Neon, the things that are sort of in your face right now. But I think the more important part is going to be looking at sort of the next step and the evolutions that we see in some of the other regions already coming through, with Barrier Sentis being widely adopted and the Chambers really popping off.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what our teams here can cook up. Thank you, Anders, for joining us here and giving your unique insight. But we're going to hop over and listen to another great mind, Coach Potter. Let's listen to what she's got ahead of map number 2.
Okay, I gotta know, going into that map veto and the result after, did you feel confident about the picks considering these are 2 and 3 maps that, you haven't really shown, but on the other hand, Lev has?
Yeah, for sure. We had a pretty good idea of what their split would look like. I think on the attack side, it's such a confidence game. If we hadn't lost or thrown, however you want to see it, that early 3v1 versus the Fade in sight, we probably would have rolled with a little bit more momentum going into the second half. But yeah, we got bullied in the first map. But it's no big deal. Sunset second, it's a comfort ground for us.
Yeah, exactly. Brush it off. And that's the second thing I was wondering is, did you pick Sunset because of Lev's poor performance? Or is it something that, or is it just a map that you feel very confident in?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both for sure. We're not really in a position right now to worry too much about countering or playing another team's game plan. It's definitely for us focusing on ourselves. So Sunset has been really fun for us. We're excited to see our comp in play.
Well, I'm stoked to watch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm going to be seeing played between these two teams, and it's already been a bit topsy-turvy for Leviatán. For EG, they'll be hoping to capitalize potentially off of a suspected weakness. It is still the midway point here into the series, or potentially the end if it's Lev that can at least right the wrongs of the past, look a little bit better now, looking forwards.
I think this one's going to be so interesting. It's a sample size of 1 right now for Leviatán Sunset.
Great point to make.
And it was against the Deadlock from Basic. And the Deadlock throws so many things around. The Gravnet ideas at the beginning of the round, the Gravnet ideas into backside, the way that it was comboed with
Furia looked really good.
Furia looked very good, and they had some very set ideas, set strats of what they wanted to run. This comp from EG that Potter was hyping up, it looks to me a lot looser. It looks like your ideas on attack are going to come down to Zerona or Bao, maybe even Superman, lurking into positions on the attack side. You know, you set up a Viper wall over towards A, you try to create pressure through mid or B and lurk through A. You know, these kind of ideas. Less of the set strats, less of the stuff that really caught Lev off guard in the game against Furia. So I think that sample size being small, it's a great opportunity now for us to see what happens when Lev go up against somebody different. Does the comp maybe need adjusting like Anders was talking about? Or can they run this identity, this theory, across basically all of the maps in their pool?
Yeah, exactly right. Well, the time's ticking down here as we get into Sunset. Time is of the essence as well for EG to see if they can put a bit of a statement here onto Sunset against the Masters winners. Spike high-low setup as well. Players right behind him, holding, hoping that somebody will walk straight into their line of sight. So Cabinet going to be dispensed with. And now smoke as well to cut up the mid angle. No one is going to be playing off the back of this one, though. It's Lev holding tight for now. They've set up little traps all over the place here. Another high-low out towards this tiles area. This is going to be potentially catching Superman. Cleans anything. Hold on, Sato.
I don't think Sato was looking at his screen.
Basically just a 1v1, wasn't it?
All good, though.
And another 1v1, talking about it. It's just all taken across the map. It's Bao trying to capitalize off of some of this noise being made. And Zerona, time to lurk forward. Spike, though, not done yet, not finished at all. Pancakes eventually there with a return of the kill. But it is just lurks on lurks at this point. And play disadvantage suddenly evened out. It's a 2v2. Damage done, straight through the walls. It's EG. They're finding their moments and finding it well.
It's that lurk pressure. The way that they play off each other. It's going to be absolutely key with this comp.
I said that Sunset was going to be that point of contention here for Leviatán. King tagged up. Bao's going to be holding it just in through mid. Slightest of angles here. Doesn't overexpose himself, but he does miss the chance to potentially deal some damage. King now going to be speeding up. Running forwards, he's got the smoke out into his hands, and that's layered down perfectly onto the spike. Pancakes has that recon, so fight taken is a good timing for it, but King committing to the reload now, dipping and weaving in and out through the smoke, trying to ISO these fights, ISO them well, still damage done, but now to defuse. That time pressure plays perfectly into the hands of Pancakes. Secure up that pistol round win.
EG have done really well there to be able to turn that round back in their favor. And a really great spot that they found themselves in at the end. That 2v1 was incredibly difficult for King. And that's despite the fact that they were digging themselves out of losing players early. But it's because they don't play the round as simply. They don't just push A on the exec, look to play a post plan. They cut a lot of noise, threaten a lot of lurks. That's what this comp is going to be good for.
Sticking with a pretty similar game plan here. This is all-in aggression, and a util not accounted for. That's a Hornets letting up multiple EG players. They are no more.
It's brutal that EG have lost a couple players there. Handed over a Bulldog. At least they were able to recover the Guardian. Lev basically just ran him down with the stun, with the paranoia.
Didn't lose a single player.
Yeah. Quite a bit of health been dropped on Spike and King, but you'll take that.
Zerona looking to see if he can crack open a door. Keep them guessing. The whole time he's exposed up towards that mid-angle, but not punished.
Look at the confidence they have in Neon to just hold the whole of A against that Viper wall.
Yeah. Rendezvous tucked towards the back of A, and you can see EG got to resort to these contact plays. It's risky business, really.
It's going to be a B retake by the look of things. King's not going to want to take a fight with 35 HP. And the flank is going to meet this trip. So Bao will have a great idea that there's at least a few people, at least one.
Yeah, it's going to be broken. They still don't make a lot of noise off the back of it, though.
They're looking to flip the site, even though they planted B main.
It's not planning for them, is it?
Uh-oh.
Great point to make him with shots like this. I mean, Neon not missing a beat. Hot hand continues. It's 2 in the blink of an eye. And Zerona, as we mentioned from prior, it's not planning for him. That's dismal, dismal stuff for EG.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That is an absolute disaster. You can't be losing 2 players whilst dropping 0 after just getting run at in B main. And even in a 3v5, their decision to plan for B main but then not go back and fight the flank, to in fact move away from it and flip, I think is just the wrong call. The flash, the haunt, I mean...
And the haunt's getting so much work done.
It's really quite nice. It is quite nice. And those shots are deadly as well.
It's the quality difference you get with a team like Leviatán. Especially with players like Neon. He's just been unbelievable.
Well, this time Neon has a little bit of help. Blows is setting him up, making him feel a bit more confident to get on a deeper angle over towards Elbow. Still not trying to get him on the deepest possible line. Skirmish happening towards top mid here as EG look to try to navigate a pick with this hero rifle in Jazin's hands.
Trying to work their way up through mid. Spike, second guessing where the geometry of the map is. Bumbling into walls in the process, but he's still alive for now. Lever just looking to put a stop for them being able to get through this mid avenue. Door's going to be cracked open now. It does apply.
Look at this lurk timing. Look at this lurk timing.
It's straight through, isn't it? And they are all eyes set towards it, but he just can't quite claim that one. Still Superman instantly there to return. Gets that kill. Mopped up. Potential weapons hand over, but King now going to be feeling it potentially. No speed up called for. EG is still just walking steadily into the side. They might be paying as a result of it. Still a 3v3. Jazeen steps past. Snaps straight to the dome.
I think Lev have gotten away with it there, just based on EG not having the greatest weaponry. But there was a massive gap towards top mid. I think especially when you're thinking about how these compositions are going to work, I've said it before, I'll say it again. EG are going to be inserting players, going to be trying to lurk players through. And Bao just wandered into Boba there and was right behind him.
One enemy remaining.
Those are gaps that Lev cannot afford to have around the map. This time the trip is there from Neon.
Shock dart sailing overhead. Well, that's going to be landing over towards mid.
No, that's one to break a completely different trademark.
Yeah. EG preempting that there could be a bit of a refight play. Level doing this pretty consistently, but they mix it up. It's not always that predictable.
First round, actually, that Neon's got on an aggressive line here over towards A. Normally he's been playing a bit more passive, but
ahead of the Viper wall.
Also, Zerona's never really been trying to lurk up A. The lurks have come through mid.
Trying to put a punish now onto that drone play. Spike nice to skip past a lot of that util, but round 2, Sato going for a Digizine. Slaps him down to earth, humbles him a little bit in the process. Still King. It's lovely kills as well, flooding all the way through. Immediate trades off the back of it.
Slight mechanical whiff there from Spike. Left his team in a 2v4. It's going to be half the blows of Neon to dig themselves out. And now it's all down to that A main defender in a 1v4. This round has not worked out for Lev. EG, super prepared. Good positioning as well. Always having in a player in that spot where they're going to be able to swing out and punish if that B main refight happened.
Ooh. 1v4, now 1v3.
Now they have flipped again to where it's not planted for them, but at least they have a player market now.
But it is Neon.
No, even Neon can't do this.
And he seems to agree. So
it's good to have confidence, but it's also good to know your limits a little bit. It's a spot where getting exits is actually really good, though. But he's not going to play for that either.
Yeah, not going for it. Giving it up. So we'll be 2-2. EG still in this one.
I think you've got to give credit to EG that they are very aware of the style of Lev, if not the details, because, again, you've only seen Lev play once on Sunset.
Yeah.
You're not going to be hard anteing them, but you know that they're the kind of team that likes to do this type of stuff. And so Digizine's positioning here to avoid the stun, to avoid the flash. Look at how he plays anti-flash there.
Very aware.
It's a small mechanical whiff from Spike, but even if Spike had hit the shot, he still goes 1 for 1.
Yeah.
And Digizine cleans it up.
We are attack timeout here for Lev. We'll see what they can do. Like you said, I mean, it's EG preempting, I think, the refights. You could see it at the beginning. They were tapping the orb. Digizine's position, trying to play the anti-flash too.
One of the strategic things that I haven't talked about too much, but I think is really important and the coaches will be discussing here, is that the Viper wall and orb are over towards A, which creates lurk pressure on A, but actually EG have never scaled behind it. So they've never tried to push Zerona or Bao or Superman, whatever, behind that Viper orb and wall. And in theory, they're hoping that it still keeps a couple players from Lev in those positions, giving it a lot of respect. And so Neon has been there just kind of watching the Viper wall for a long time and not been able to do anything about it. He's not been able to have impact in the round, Neon particularly, because he's just staring at the lurk setup. So I think Lev could make an adjustment to put Neon in another spot. Maybe he's the one that fights over B main, for example, and instead you throw one way and have King hold the A line more aggressively. The point generally being that I think Lev can disrespect A a little bit. And EG, perhaps one step ahead of that, want to genuinely create some pressure this time over on the east side of the map.
Let's don't change up in terms of positioning, but Blow is going to be side by side with Neon. Early as a snake bite. EG, no intention to rush into things. The Spike is very much in a safe spot. Hell of a lot of damage. 140 with a ding. Superman, barely alive, is going to be limping into the next engagement.
First time that EG have walked up behind this setup.
Trademark at least broken. Walking up behind it. Blows is ready. And Sanku's heard. Neon knows. At least Digizine present.
It's funny because we know they have a shock dart lined up for that, but they didn't use it.
Didn't utilize it that round, did they? Drone to try and pave the way forwards in through market and beyond, but really lurks occurring on every side of the map. It was just an insert now that Bao's going to be placed in. Another one of those classic refights, but Neon's just catching all of it here. Bao, he's finding the one, but that's okay. Spiker, getting that done apparently. Digizine, stun, sidestep it looks like. And as that wall fades away, so does Digizine's life.
Neon is too good in those positions. They jump cleared him. First player jumps, second player swings in. He kills the jumper player and TPs before they can trade it. He's so fast.
30 seconds left.
Pancake's left with it all to do. I didn't catch where the first shock actually went from Pancakes at the start of the round. King looking to clean him up here potentially. Paranoia is going to catch at least.
15 seconds remaining. Pancake's looking like he wants to make a good go, but then second guessing. Right into the trap laid out here. Lev, 1 round lead for now.
Neon was just able to hold all of that genuine aggression behind the Viper wall. His trip collecting the timing on it.
Blow's ready to play off the back of it too.
Yeah, Blows just gets perfect information there. And if EG start to get the read that that is where the trip is positioned, then maybe they can play around it. For now, though, Neon swapping it up.
Yeah,
he holds the left side, trip on the right.
And this time it looks like there is a shock tower for that angle, but the cam's going to be getting the tag nice and early. Neon spotted out. Gliding forwards now. So Trademark finally dealt with it. This is elbow control now, taken up Residency. Sidestep at a C is going to be avoided. Now we're going to see it. Hunter's Fury off the back of that one. It's the Omen ult to see if he can pinpoint the accuracy. Blows is no more. Obliterated. Very cheeky idea.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Digizine swinging wide. Beautiful little transfer. That's a runner back going to be cancelled out. Gliding though, it's Spike immediately reciprocating. And now see Sato considering the Utah, but now pulling out the weaponry. Pancake's waiting in the wings for the right time to activate off the back of that pressure. Swinging from the side. This is EG. Statement piece of a round.
Much faster, much more aggression. Lovely ult combo. I am such a fan of that ult combo. The Omen ult with the Sova ult.
Yeah.
They synergize perfectly together.
I could have been mistaken, but I think that was King's ult.
Oh, it was King's ultimate. Oh, it was.
I was mistaken. It just looked like King was, I don't know, playing for the enemy team.
It is a great combo, though. I mean, if you do get that kind of combo going, you're right that it does give you the information. But yeah, you've...
Let's go, boys. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think if you want to play,
you've sold me a ruse.
Yeah, I love spreading misinformation on the internet. What can you do?
Oh, complete swap up of Lev's defensive setup here, though. Neon does go over to B now.
Yeah, big switch up here. Pull back with that total force now. We're going to see it. Okay, EG's ult. Superman online, but cancelled out. But again, same idea. This time we're getting it right on the round. So, total force in the hands of Neon. You have to be an absolute nutcase to try to hit that one, but the overdrive runs out. Spike is jumping on the chance. Jumping at the bit to get involved. Announcing themselves at the conversation, shouting from the bloody rooftops at this point.
It all looked so good for EG. It looked like they got themselves in such a nice position, the increase in pace. And Lev slammed the door in their face.
They're dead. Toxin screen down.
It's Rona. Trying to find ins into this round, but the Spike is way out of grips.
He's got time to play with. He can threaten the pressure through stairs.
He's waiting for the fuel to come back. But a moment to reposition. The flash is going to be narrowly avoided.
Oh, he's found a timing.
Lev are left guessing, but surely, yeah, there it is. Watchful eye, that is Neon. Posted up on the right time here.
What a fight between Spikescene and Dishzine there.
That was all over the place.
I mean, incredible scenes from both of them. Take a look at it on the
Sliding
replay.
in each other's faces, yeah.
The entry is so nice as well. Oh, hard to control your aim for both players in that position.
30 seconds left.
Okay.
I think EG are definitely testing them. It feels like the beginning of Split again to some degree, where EG have got good ideas, sometimes just getting out-skilled, and then, all right, what are you going to do about spots like that?
Yeah.
But they are certainly putting pressure on, and we're seeing some of the good stuff that Lev have got and some of the slightly wonkier stuff. Of course, on Split, Lev then just ran away with the game in the second half, and honestly towards the end of the first half too.
Yeah, it wasn't close really from that point on, was it? But just 5 rounds is all EG managed to get.
I think this map has the potential to be back and forth for a lot longer than Split was.
That's what we've been selling. Yeah.
We don't know though, to be honest, do we? Because again, as I like this. This is a phrase that I've heard Zix use before. You only see 10% of the matches that these teams play.
Yeah.
Because 90% of it is scrims behind the scenes that they play against each other. So, you know, the official matches are just a sliver, the tip of the iceberg. And we've only seen Lev play this map once. This is the second time of witnessing them on Sunset and seeing what their theory looks like. We don't know how deep it goes, how good they are looking against squads that come out with this slightly slower, lurkier playstyle from EG.
It's going to be the weaker buy for them. EG. Not too much to really work with. A Guardian in the hands of the Jazine, you always want to be teeing him up, setting him up for success.
Slowing down the pace on this eco round as well. They've run 2 fast rounds in a row. Up through A elbow, then next round through market. Now they're just seeing if they can work a pick with Jazine's Hero Guardian.
Spike. It's an off angle for him. It's not the one catching contact, just looking to contain up towards mid. Sando's way out in the open there, but okay, Spike controls the aim towards the bitter end. Wrangles the rifle in his palms. Blows. Plenty of jar is this, but keeping it controlled again. Calm is the aim. Could have been a misstep.
Certainly could have. Some dangerous moments, but when you've got players that are calm under pressure like that, even after taking an aim punch from Superman's Classic, still just rock solid with the spray transfer. The Jazine's the danger player there, and Spike helps him hit the dirt quickly. I'm interested in the next one, though. If EG get weapons back, are they going back for the faster tempo?
They're spread out. Spike is in the middle of nowhere, so that would indicate no.
This is going to be another one of those slower rounds where the new IGL has opportunities to make plays happen.
Yeah, EG have so much to consider. Every twist and turn is a slower combo, as we've been saying. Fight for the Cypher. Going to set up these ingrained positions. We'll see what EG can do with it.
Walk left with me, come.
Okay.
See, I'm walking towards A as well. Yeah. Pana's in the drop, okay? We gotta go wide here, ready?
Yeah,
1, 2.
Jake, you need to try to grab off me.
Yeah, one elbow, one elbow. Elbow one.
Nice. Stop it. I fly.
Two link.
I have him right.
Wait, Jay, we can come with you.
They're fighting.
Two there.
130, 135 Neon. 135 Neon. Two link. Neon and
On the right.
Close right. Nice. 1 HP. Nice. Let's go. 4v2, boys. We have advantage.
I'm coming lane.
Yep.
I have dart too.
Okay.
4v2, boys.
I will pick up flank.
Planning in the open.
Okay. I think don't need Psych May here.
Heard.
Put dart spawn. Starting spawn.
Could be hiding behind the box.
Yeah, full flank fight.
Yeah, full flank.
Coming our lane.
I have full city.
Don't see him.
Nice, Douglas! Come on, man!
I told you.
Let's go, baby!
Go, Doug!
Let's go. Snap mine.
Zorona just keeping the morale up, to be honest. The comms were looking clean from EG.
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah.
Good communication structure. I like the way that they're comboing the swings together, recognizing that Omen one-way was going to come through, and they're saying they have to go wide. Calling timings to each other.
Yeah.
Underrated as well, but the herd comm is actually really important to make sure that you're actively acknowledging what your teammates are telling you sometimes. Big round.
EG just trailing by 1. It was a big round for them. Not the same flavor. It was slow to begin, but then speeding up at the right moment.
That was a round as well where Neon tried to get on the B line. This time he's got an op in hand playing A on a very aggressive position. Looking to get deep in front of that Viper wall.
And the orb as well that's been laid down prior.
Yeah.
Meant to be creating all this pressure. Keep them guessing towards A, but when Neon gets ahead of it, it completely really just gets away with it, doesn't it? Neon, he's on a bit of a pixel angle.
Yeah, but now his trip is not that useful.
But just out. Steady is the aim, yeah.
And he's going to be able to set back up elbow, and now his trip is important. Blows has still got a lot on his hands to be able to deal with that top mid pressure. Superman's doing a good job, but that is not where they wanted it.
Spam, I mean, Sato's just containing it all towards Market. Realize they may have slipped the net, and it is a counter 4 by Spike.
Good work there. Lots of pressure from Superman towards that top mid position. Blows had to call for help. Spike Scene had to come over, but then the way that Spike and Sato then rotate to deal with the market pressure, much better than we were seeing from Leviatán in those early rounds where they left large gaps around the place. Similar kind of setup. EG trying to prod and create problems all across the map on their default. But Lev deal with it, handle it. EG ideally need at least one more out of these final 2.
This could be a fast round from EG. Cooked up here. Balls up. Sato's an immediate runner back. Just trying to, again, apply the hurt. Turn the heat all the way up, but that's going to be disengaged. Now there's a split through mid. Spike, that overdrive, and follow through and out. The space taken up, absorbed by Kings right there behind him, and with that rifle in play, this game of timing. This is rapid as anything. Trying to run him down with a shorty, but Zorona, quick thinking, gets off the plant for now. Bullet to the brain of Spike.
It's wild that Zorona has to defend himself in there.
Yeah, Neon just caught. Drop-in falling, not set up for the kill there whatsoever.
Cool set play from Leviatán, but EG all over it. Denying the pressure coming out from Sato and then immediately responding with a fast A hit. Zorona will have been extremely scared when he saw somebody running towards him as he's trying to plant inside the pit. If he had gone down in that situation, could have been a completely different round.
And players maneuvering up through spawn here. King could definitely do some economical damage. He's hunting for it, wants to take that op out of the hands, doesn't he?
Jazim was almost close to dying to Spike there as well.
Yeah, potentially.
Last round before the...
See how important that is for the last round here, the half.
It's actually going to make a big difference. The EG money is not good. They're going to be coming in with, you know, not just like armor. I think they might even have to scrimp and save on some util here and there.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that's comical.
Yeah, no one defending Zorona inside of that. They just assumed no one would be bold enough to go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm missing a snake bite on Zorona, but that's it. Of course, a Guardian on Pancakes too.
Not the most ideal, but not the end of the world here. Real potential here for EG to bring it up to 6.
Shock Dart this time does deal with that trip from Neon.
Okay.
So he's incentivized to go on a more aggressive angle at A. That's the only way he's going to be able to hold.
Finally found its mark. The attack side operator in the hands of Dejazine.
Yeah, they've been trying to create a lot of pressure through top mid, so they know that there's going to be people here.
Spike much further forward than before. He's been playing this one a bit more passively towards mid, and they are not ready for it, but a trade is there at least, but that is sharp from blows. Instant return. Bullet to the head there if Dejazine is going to punish. Neon just backing away, looking to sidestep away from the drone.
And he's always going to get back on the angle, isn't he? So confident, Neon. EG have been trying to create this mid pressure over and again, but it hasn't worked quite a lot of the times. And now they don't have a smoke to even create that pressure. I don't know what they're doing in mid right now. They'd be much better grouping in B main, but here it comes, pivot through market.
They're trying to pop through. Get the feet underneath them here. King just disrespects the dart. Doesn't reveal his hand, does not fire away here, and Santa's got it all covered towards main. 2-round lead here for Lev. EG no slouches. Listen, you cannot count this team out, but back and forth is the way that half went.
EG were putting rounds on the board in fits and starts. Got their pistol, failed to follow up. Had another couple of big rounds towards the end as well. That Viper's pit round might have just saved the half for them. 7-5 is not too bad. You get another pistol on the board and able to follow up. There are still chances here for EG to take it.
Still up in the air. Still anyone's game here for Sunset. We're going to find out soon enough. The emphasis is going to be placed here into EG's hands. Can they get it done on Sunset against the Leviatán squad that have shown signs of weakness at least? They are still down by 2 rounds, but it is a winnable spot for them. Looking forwards into the second half of Sunset.
And we didn't get to see much of this half. This is going to be intriguing. If EG can put together a pistol here and follow that momentum forwards, there are still chances for them. What ideas do Lev have? How are they going to combo Spike and Sato to be able to put themselves in good positions?
EG. 3 players set up over towards elbow. Neon. Some early util to see if they can set them up onto the line. Pure reaction time test, but he's got the smoke as well. That one way actually helps, covers him from the dart. Doesn't have to use the rendezvous just yet. He's still sticking around. He's still looking for a little bit extra here, but does he account for that? Dejazine this time will respect it. Going for a couple of more. I mean, Neon. He's never lacking confidence, is he?
He didn't actually pull out the paranoia. Lev are now going to work their way through market, challenge bow.
It's an off angle. Unanticipated, unanticipated. Still traded out though in the end. Tiles. Accounted for, chip damage, potentially bringing Neon almost down here. He's got to be careful. They're running him down. He realizes it. Swift disengage all the way back to main. Safety in numbers.
Yeah, good game sense from Neon.
Very forward. It's the play by Spike. Trying to hold control over towards Boba.
Making sure that they break the trip on the flank as well, just to keep Neon there.
Some for a stun. Spiker gets past a lot of this one here. Dash just goes straight into the wall here, but this is seconds blood off the clock. It might not matter anyway. Digizine, sharp shooting, just with that ghost in hand, but time is ticking. And that is Sato lying in wait. Flash in your face, pancakes. Can't see a bloody thing. And into the 1v1 we go, but it matters not, does it?
No.
No time at all to work with. This is Lev with a pistol under their belt, bringing it up to 8.
Neon's played that round perfectly in terms of navigating the pressure over towards the A side of the map. And those 2 kills from Sato are crispy clean. You just don't get better. It's so snappy from one head to the other. I'm getting inspired to use the Bandit. These pros are making me feel like I should be picking it up way more in my ranked games.
I think the recent buffs are going to be helping it out a ton with that.
I'm definitely one of those people that tried using it early and then thought, wow, this is so awkward.
You're scarred for life. It's, yeah, it wasn't good.
Well, I think it was. I was just bad. It's the problem with replicating anything.
True.
Yeah, that's also, yeah, that's Another triple stack from EG over towards A. They are determined to push this into Neon. I don't know why you would.
Oh, you just don't want to test this guy.
Oh, no.
Leading Rookie of the Year for a reason. See you now. Bow towards the back of the site, but yeah, surely going to be dealt with. Dismissed with a wave of a hand. Blows is able to contain any more problematic players that might be there towards the back of the site. Spike planted, maxing. Sato's earning now 1 away from his own. Oh, he'd love to chase down his final kill.
Yeah, and that's why they're swapping it in.
Yep, swapped around the guns.
Lev are so good at optimizing in these kind of situations.
Exactly how to play it, don't they? With Sato's death, he's going to have that ult for the next, and that was the entire goal. To Jazine. Looks to make a miracle out of the moment, but not much to work with. Stinger picked up. Smoke drifting down, but they call for the 3-2-1 swing. All contained, all managed.
Really nicely handled there. We've seen trips from both of these teams that have fallen flat on their face in anti-eco rounds after the pistol, but this, not an example of it here. Very clean. I think full walking out A main is not the vibe into a chamber team in general, but especially when the chamber is Neon. I think this game plan might need an adjustment. He's just a bit too good to be doing that too. This is a clash though at A.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be, and you've got ult to the back pocket. Neon!
What's he just done?
It's pure filth.
Oh,
and
that's
now
a
ready for the
violation.
refight as well. You are not getting away with taking that one up. Nobody orb. They make it feel like it's just Neon. And the rest of the pack going to be striking right behind. At least the runner back dealt with, but Pancakes is going to be in a world of hurt now. What a pain, potentially living up to his name. We're going to see him now surrounded on multiple fronts, but looking to barrel his way forwards, but the trade's immaculate. Lev, not missing a beat.
Spike planted. Here.
Serona about. Look to turn the tide in a round like this, at least claim the 1 kill, but now just trailing by the 1 player. Anything to even the scoreline, anything to even it at all, but it's just King accounting for it out towards Elmo. Blows.
Man, they don't even swing off a timing, they just pick their own timings and go for it. I thought they were going to do some disciplined setup there. Sight Anchor takes contact, King swings.
When I watch
they're just
Neon play Chamber, it's like he's playing a different game, like he's playing a buffed version of Chamber.
Look at this.
Whereas aim resets faster.
It's absurd, isn't it?
The way he gets away with it, I don't know how he does it. He just knows the intrinsic timing down to the milliseconds.
It's outrageous. Jumping forwards and then getting a headhunter kill like that, it shouldn't be legal.
No.
Yeah, you can see it all over Potter's face. Just like, what? I mean, what are you supposed to do against a chamber player who's A main defaulting if you can throw stuns at him and swing him and he just one-taps you after jumping up? He gets a fast timing, silent jumping up A main, you use util, and he one-taps you. And then he TPs away like nothing ever happened.
Yep.
I mean...
And he baits Superman into trying to pick up the spike or the orb.
At some point in rounds like that, you do just have to hold up your hands and say, well, they're just better.
Yeah. And they've proven it. They have a trophy, actually, in the cabinet to really hammer that point home.
A big one, too.
Yeah.
Though, No Americas trophy. So that'll be a
curious. Curious.
Yeah, me when I'm a G2
fan. They're the best
fan.
team in the world, but they don't have the Americas trophy. Curious.
I think
Masters might supersede the Americas trophy. As much as I love Americas, Masters might be a little bit bigger.
I just mean that that's a narrative for us to be following over the course of this stage.
I feel you.
Certainly they're going to be looking to add more silverware to the cabinet.
Yeah.
Right here.
A weaker buy again. I feel like I've been saying that a lot for EG. But they've been having a rough go of things. It was very back and forth for the first half, but this is looking like it's going in a similar direction to Split.
Well, it was a brilliant time to pull out a set play like that. On the bonus. It's where you're going to be using a lot of your set theory.
Had a contact up. Lev, they were holding Util just in case there were those signs of life from EG. Dejazine will be the one to take that contact first. He's got a buck in his hands.
Yeah, this is not Neon taking the timing though, so no Chamber Rendezvous to work with.
Yeah, it's not going to be breaking that one. Prowler's going to be let loose here, and that's a seize. The molly. Fast lane. Still wants to stay up onto the line here. Reinserting himself, but spammed down, and Kenke's trying to peek off of all of that one. Spike, brave as anything. Running them down through elbow, trying to maintain control of it. Pancakes are still here, but now another ult expended. They didn't mean to see if they can win out the day and win out the round here and now. Flash forwards. Bit of a misstep, but they know exactly where Pancakes is.
They've lost the flank control, though, with Neon falling. Zerona might be able to slip through and do something.
It's a smoke in his face.
Yeah, now he's reconnected with Bao, and they're going to be thinking about short anyway.
Yeah. Potential for the timing there. What a plant was going down. Would have kept one player occupied, but not anymore.
One enemy remaining.
That's just not even intended, is it?
Oh, it's vile.
Not even intended for Zerona. Okay.
Lev don't need these moments of individual brilliance sometimes. You know, they don't rely on them. But my God, they're impressive.
Yeah, and you start to see it, I think, as well in terms of going up against different caliber of opponents.
Yeah.
The quality shines through, and it will often just win the day for you. Because how do you hold a candle to it when Neon's doing stuff like that? Sato can do it as well.
Yeah.
Spike.
It's crazy.
Taking turns of being the star of the show.
They're an incredibly skilled team. And their story over the course of this year has been them figuring out a system and a style that works for them. During kickoff, you could already see that they were astonishingly talented.
Yep.
When Neon finally turned 18 and joined the squad, yeah, it's brimming with potential and talent. But they didn't quite have that match experience to be able to showcase it all yet. They didn't have all of the confidence. They maybe even had too much of the discipline.
Sure.
But then once you get to stage 1 and onwards, my God, this team is good.
Yeah, they were sprinting, weren't they? Let's see, obvi up here. Drone, will it stretch far enough? Yes, it will.
Peekaboo.
Yeah, it does show where Neon is. And Dejazine is on the line already, preempted here. Prowler, rebroken. A lot of respect being showcased here. EG just pulling back and away from the main fight.
Yeah, Neon's trying to tuck himself into a spot where he can still play in his rendezvous. And this is quite a passive setup over on the A side from Bao. He's got a cam that takes A main contact. Yeah, they just broke it here. So it spots into A main. It'll see these players start to work their way up. So he'll have spotted both of the duelists over here. So I think it's pretty telling that Lev are probably looking to end A.
They're not moving players, though.
No, because they've got a retake set up with kill trips. So their plan was never really to anchor or flood defend.
Haunt. It's going to be well placed here. My blow should be clearing most of the site. Already pings out onto the minimap. Lev orchestrating what they want to do next. Paranoia sweeps.
First trip broken.
Yeah, there it is. Going to be catching no onto Sato, and he's going to be no longer for the wall. Those stray shots, though, straight into the dark and into the smoke. It's blows. Gets the connection onto Superman. Sound cues cut away. Bao. Neurophefos offloaded here. Players out into the position. Dejazine. It was the overdrive unleashed, but he's going to be meeting his match in the form of King. Neon finding kills up onto the flank here. Lev preordained to end up at 12.
It looks really, really difficult to work against. Even with the trip being able to gift you a kill onto Sato, it's just so hard when they're being that proactive.
Yeah.
The refight over towards short to catch Dejazine. Is he inside the animation when they kill him?
I know it.
Through the smoke there, and he was just running them down.
He was about to throw a stun, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, these little timings that they take, zero hesitancy.
Yeah.
He's really expecting Lev to just be bunkered down on the site. And instead he's taking a fight aggro into them. 12-5 again the score.
Well, here we go. This could be it. Final nail in the coffin. Did they hear and get wind of this? Arona, bait and switch setup. Target prioritization. He's trying to offload these bullets. The Spike is still active here in the fight. Sidestep, but he can't quite get an easy kill. Potentially to Digizine. Caught by the C's, but still sidestep as it fades away. He's able to at least survive for now.
I mean, this round isn't making anyone's highlight reel.
No. No. Will not be included in the montage.
Neon's going to walk his way up towards A, which is where Bao has been bunkered down. They know that the Cypher's on this side of the map as well, because EG were fighting towards B. You wouldn't have your Cypher set up behind that. And so Neon with a little bit of space, just pinging out that they could be over towards short, but otherwise Lev will be able to contact deep onto this. And Bao's going to have an enormous task on his hands.
It truly is. Tucked behind Jenny as Cam doesn't see a bloody thing because the door's been closed. So he is alone, isolated on an island. 2 trips to play off, a cage in a corner.
30 seconds left.
What can you do? Squares up for the fight. It's instantaneous from King. There's no misstep.
Yeah, if Bao's aim had been a little sharper on the first, then maybe he would have had the timing to tuck back in, play his cage. Small mechanical misstep. And now EG are in a 3v3 retake, and Neon is on such a deep, unexpected line.
Already. Takes a fight forwards. There's our rendezvous. Peels all the way back to safety.
What a setup.
Nightfall as well, scatters forwards here. Superman making a lot of noise, but inside that smoke, it's all King. El Capitan now looking to put a stop and a finish to all of it. Blow stealing it away towards the end, 13-5 on both of the maps here.
Well,
trophy winners from Masters, not missing a beat.
We came in with a question, which was, how does the map pool look for Leviatán? Is Sunset going to be a weakness for them that other teams can pick into? And after getting 13-1 on it just last week, let's say, actually we're going to be able to destroy a lot of other teams on here. It was just a little blip against Furia.
Yeah, just the slightest. I mean, Furia coming in with very quirky composition as well. They weren't really quite ready for, and I think that's potentially seeing the result that we see on our screens right now. But Leviatán get one step closer to potentially breaking even more records.
I honestly think that EG didn't play that badly today as well.
I don't think so either. I think this EG team, to speak positives, they have a lot of promise, I think, with these new additions.
Yeah, the problem is that they are so far away from the caliber of team that is on the other side of the stage. Lev are absolutely incredible. They are a Masters winning team that have kept the form going, honestly. And maybe a slight dip, you know, as they're still shaking off a bit of rust, but they are still looking outrageously good. Whereas EG on the other side are more of like, they have potential to be able to, you know, cause some problems during play-ins. We're really in a different world with these two squads, and it played out in terms of the round score. Some highlights here as well from the Lev players who were spectacular. Blows for me probably being the man of the match.
Yeah, Blows underrated really in this squad and how he really pieces them all together. But for Leviatán, another walk in the park really for them is how the way it felt. We're going to go to a quick break on the other side of things. Don't go anywhere. Verizon post-match interview waiting on the other side of things.
Congrats on the 2-0 win, and also the redemption coming in from week 1 on that pick of Sunset. That was huge. But one thing that I'm curious about, is there something that you specifically had to change within your gameplay on that Neon to find a little bit more impact and success this time around?
Eu acho que em específico na Sunset, eu acho que a gente tinha que mudar o nosso estilo de jogo, porque o nosso macro tava meio ruim, então o Onur percebeu isso, então a gente teve uma semana de treino muito boa na Sunset, a gente arrumou algumas coisas, e individualmente acho que não precisa mudar nada no Neon, não.
Yeah, we had a very good week with Honor. He, showed some things that we needed to change on Sunset, but I think like individually we didn't have to change much.
That's great to hear. I mean, looking at the comp that EG came out with, I don't think anyone was expecting that double controller plus a Senti. So did that kind of throw you off in any way? I mean, you did have a dominant win, but did you have to adapt your kind of overall game plan a little?
Acho que na defesa, contra a Viper, a gente não, a gente perdia muita info do A, então a gente perdia meio que os espaços do mapa por causa da Viper, mas a gente conseguiu se adaptar bem durante o jogo.
I think because of the Viper, we were losing a little bit of info, around the map. But in the end, I feel like we were able to bring it back and adapt to their game.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline showed it again. Congrats. But let's hand it over to the desk. They are standing by with Sato and King.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the desk. Got a couple of champs right here, ready to talk about the game. Number one for a reason, and I mean, Emily was asking about it a little bit, but I think the big story here is the turnaround of how Sunset looked just now compared to last week. So, King, walk me through what this last week has been like to get here.
So, I think what happened last week is that first game is always kind of hard. I think we kind of struggle a little bit to keep the composure in the stage. And Sunset obviously was the map that we didn't have much reps. And I think plus the first game and everything, it was a disaster, honestly. And after that, as Spike said, we had a lot of practice on that map. We played it way better. Honor helped us to fix many stuff from the mistakes we made. And we knew that we kind of expected them to pick Sunset because we lost 13-1, but at the same time we knew it was be kind of bait, because we knew how good we are on Sunset.
Yeah, you're just coming back from a tournament where you guys were playing like every single day, back to back to win. Yeah. Can you talk to me a little bit, Sato, about coming back from that event, returning to Americas, and how it might be a little bit different playing here and having that extra bit of prep time?
I think... Oh, thank you.
Yeah, help him out.
I think this might be like a personal feeling, but it felt like Americas was harder than the actual international.
Really?
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it is because the way that we play as a team is really difficult to play against us if you don't have prep time against us. And during the playoffs, like, obviously we also didn't have prep time against them, but I feel like we're just a especially difficult team if you don't know the way that we play, because there's a lot of rhythm changes that we play, and I feel like it's just difficult.
Yeah, that's interesting because you've now come back from that global tournament and now won 2 series in a row. I don't know if you know this, but the longest winning streak of matches an American team has had is G2 with 8 in a row. You guys just hit 7 in a row coming back after the win. So how do you find yourselves like maintaining that success, even though Sunset comes back into the pool, Summit's a new map, it's a new patch with a lot of changes. King, there's a lot you have to adjust to, right?
Yeah, I think I don't want to speak for anyone. It's just a theory. I might be wrong. I would say that maybe teams, whenever they win, they kind of relax. They're like, we're the best. We don't have to worry about the other teams, like yada yada. But as soon as we won, it's like, okay, we took a week of break, and then we're like, okay, we have to catch up with the other teams that have been working especially strong because they want to win against us. And so we've just been working, or I cannot say the word, but you guys know what I was going to say.
Yeah, you've been working something off. I don't
know. Exactly. And yeah, basically that's it. We've just been working hella hard, and we know how much we need to do to keep being the best.
Yeah, there's still plenty more season left to go.
Yeah.
Still looking for that America's trophy as well, potentially on the horizon. So congratulations again on the win today. We'll see plenty more of you in the future, but for now, we are going to step away before we get ready for our next series on the docket. It's Envy versus MIBR.
NVMR. Thanks, guys. What's their name again?
Envy are definitely very aggressive, one of the most aggressive teams in the league. They just walk you down, and they have the players to do it.
Debut ace!
I think I'll be in a lot of duels. I think a lot of fighting is going to happen, so definitely excited.
Y creo que también con los chicos nuevos que vienen con energías positivas y con muchas ganas de competir, creo que vamos a todos demostrar una muy buena cara.
Oh my goodness!
We all know what happened last time. They massacred us.
Attackers win.
So it's definitely an exciting one. I definitely think we all want to play them again really badly. You know, hopefully this time we stop them.
Que el que se adapte primero dentro de la partida se va a llevar la victoria. Obviamente nosotros estamos muy preparados y estoy con la fe y con la confianza de que nos vamos a llevar ese enfrentamiento.
Surprise, we're back for our second match of the day in no time at all, and we've swapped out two people. What just happened here? For a second, we had champions,
crazy.
And now we've got you two.
We're just guys with mics. We're guys with mics. We are a bit taller, though. We've got them on that metric.
I don't know. Sato's like 6'5", bro. What are you talking
In the
about?
server, maybe, bro. In the server, it's hard to step up next to them. But we're going to move ahead into our next series. And, well, this is a rematch in some ways. Envy versus MIBR. 75 days since the crazy upset.
in one very particular way, in that this match was the most absurd match of stage one. Not only that Envy won, but the fashion in which MIBR just absolutely disintegrated in this game. Sure, Envy has changed a lot since then, but I think MIBR, this is one of the key moments of this year where they fell apart in a moment that mattered, massively disappointed, and that's been kind of their story. So I see this as a really big opportunity for them to prove that, yeah, we can stomp one of the teams that is supposed to be the worst in the league, and we can actually show up and play at a high level here.
What's crazy to me and what's so poignant about the way they ended stage one is that it was a style we knew we were never going to see again. We also knew that Envy knew that as well. They were moving towards a bit more like a structured take on the game, and obviously their pieces are still meshing a little bit in that style. Even Kedsnit was saying, I've had to take some steps and pick up the op a bit more and work in with this structure, and there's been some friction. It's taken some getting used to.
Yeah, and we find ourselves in a really strange position with Envy coming off of this 2-0 loss versus Evil Geniuses last week, where on Ascent they're playing the default comp. The identity that got them here is completely different now. Where are they supposed to go from here, Wyatt?
Yeah, they've just been existing in an uncomfortable gray area where it's like their natural instincts to want to take over. They're fighting against them, but maybe they just need to give in and let loose a little bit again. And that's definitely what the people want to see.
I want them to give in. I do not. Envy should not be playing default Ascent comp. Guys, please just play Double Duelist. It's so good right now.
They're listening to the wrong wolf, 100%.
Yeah.
They really are trying to be restrained about it, and I respect it. And I think it's supposed to be a system that sets up like Demon 1 and Kedsnit for success, but you've got all these other elements added in. Glyph now comes in to add a lot of mid-round calling, but he even mentioned after their game last week that the communication and the listening, and I put emphasis on that part, isn't quite where they'd like as a team to see it yet.
Yeah, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but there's not really the time to do it. On the other side, I think MIBR were also sort of struggling in that first week. This is a team that very nearly had a 2-0 Mimi, and then all of a sudden it completely is flipped around.
This was two different series. There was the MIBR in the first map and a half that looked like they really turned the ship around. They were playing really well off of each other. I think in particular on that Sunset, they looked the most cohesive as a team I think I've seen them play all year. And the Breeze was going so exceptionally well, and then it was slipping into old habits. They started to lose rounds. The micro towards the end is going away, and we get into map 3 this summit, and the Theory just did not look prepared. They go into this kind of one-off composition against Energy that's very different than what others are playing, and it's tough to find solutions in that time. But what matters to me about this game isn't how they lost, isn't necessarily like the specifics of them losing on Summit. It's that it's another game that they should have won that they choked and let slip, and it's the story of the year coming back again.
And I don't know what the philosophy is on Summit especially, because it looked like this team was so reluctant to take space in post plants as well. They playing in some like pretty tough parts of the map to hold, like that A side, for example. And
yeah, I mean, there wasn't a philosophy because they made a mistake of letting it go through and they didn't even practice it, in their own words. It was just an accident. They were hoping that NRG would not have picked it either. So
now,
it's just a map pick misfire.
I don't mean to interrupt. There's nothing that you guys have said, but I just need to take a moment to clap back because the community's been pissing me off. Because the narrative, I mean, it's the MIBR narrative. I'm not going to lie. Listen, it's okay. They choked towards the end. They're not a perfect team whatsoever, but this MIBR compared to stage 1 to stage 2 is so much better than where they're at. Like, genuinely so much better. One, Aspas on the same page is actually hard entering for one as Neon. I mean, this wasn't happening for them. They were on 2 completely different pages.
You've got an essay on screen.
I mean, now listen, I was concerned that the essay might be a little bit too much because the reading comprehension in America, it's not the greatest. But you're going to have to bear with me as you get through this one here. Aspas is hard entering. He's actually doing it for them. And not just that, I think that they're ping-ponging really well off each other, but it's about being on the same page constantly. And this emphasis is being placed where Aspas is actually taking the initiative. He's being the first one in. He's able to jump on mistakes that are being made like this. You would not see Aspas doing this in stage 1. Yeah. Like, you just would not see him doing this at all. And not just that, they've also been alternating it here and there where Zekken will actually take the emphasis then and be that entry player whenever he has to run it back. I mean, I think that they have worked in a very nice system currently where I think it's much more improved.
But Bren, I agree with absolutely everything you're saying in the first map and half of this series, but then there's the second part.
Okay, well, here's the counterpoint to that then. Summit is a coin flip. Should they have banned it? Yes. They shouldn't have let it through whatsoever under the guise of NRG not having time on it. They shouldn't have let it through, but we are being, I think, potentially blinded by the fact that they choked the end of Breeze and blinded to the fact that they have actually improved the law.
Bren, choked? They don't know how to play defense on Breeze.
They don't. Their defense is significantly problematic. Listen, I'm not making arguments here that MIBR will be the team, but here's the other point, to be honest, is the fact that Tex is now playing with the pack. This guy was playing like he had his headset off, monitor off at times. He was back at the pack constantly. He was never playing off the team's pressure. But this time, things are different. He's actually playing with the team. He's being able to find those moments to strike when his team are creating moments. And I think that that is a major difference maker. It's been pissing me off. I mean, look, the community has been blinded, I think, by the tail end of the MIBR series. They are looking much better, I think, compared to stage 1. They are actually on the right track to improving. It's hopefully a blip on the radar, and this will not backfire whatsoever.
All right, so the hot take is they're going to beat Envy?
Listen, I've derailed this time. I'm just going to get this mic out of my hands before I say something else.
So finely distilled, this cope. It's like super concentrated.
Yeah, I'm going to let you stew on it.
If his take is that they're going to beat Envy, though,
I'm sorry.
Agree.
I've had enough, and I think everyone's had enough. Let's just get out of here and let you two cast the game after it. Sound good?
How do we follow that up?
All right, deal. We'll see you in the field.
Bring your notes. Get your rant.
More minutes, and the Chipotle can enter my mouth. Bro. Just get it. just go.
You are sick.
Every round. Brick by brick. Only one step. Only one side? Okay. Bro, what the? I tap. Oh, my mama, I tap. Mario. Thank you. Thank you.
keep Envy in this now. There's your boy! Debut ace! 4 Knights!
E agora pode aparecer, tem espaço por ali, os dois jogadores na tela deles, Zequinha. Já pegou informação ali pela escada. E clutch do Zeke!
Third and decided matchup here between MIBR and Envy coming at you, and the end of stage 1 was a bizarre result, one of the most ridiculous upsets we've seen, but that spirit of rankers has well and truly been exercised. Now Aspas and Demon One both know what it feels like to be considered the best in the world, but today with both Envy and MIBR chasing their first wins of stage 2, greatness must be spoken in the present tense.
This MIBR team right now sat on 4 Champions points, Envy just a paltry 2. Champs points are not even relevant to what they need to accomplish in this stage if they want to make Champions this year. Champions, Kesnet, kind of synonymous. Historically, when he was on crew, no matter how poorly they were doing during the regular season, it didn't matter because they always just had a knack of making it there. Aspas, on the other hand, Champions is the tournament synonymous with him because he always makes a deep run. He's a guy that always looks like he's at his best at that tournament. MIBR, those 4 points that I mentioned, yeah, there's a narrow chance that if they continue to rack them up, they might be able to squeeze into one of those 3rd or 4th spots to make it to the tournament, but already being down 0-1, I think realistically you're looking at another team that just need to go on a monster run in this second stage if they want to make it to Shanghai.
Here's our map video, and what's curious about this is these are just not maps we really saw from Team Envy last week whatsoever. Last time we saw them was during the pop-in era, so you can basically throw that out as, like we've touched on a few times, Envy are trying to set up some structure. In theory, probably to set their superstars up for success, but it's taking some time for that to settle. We are going to have that sunset come back up here again, though. It's something I'm going to be looking at very closely to see what these initial takes are from many of our teams. This time, though, MIBR takes someone out of the rotation off the rip. Not going to leave anything to chance.
I think the really interesting dichotomy of these two teams is that you're looking at this Envy, whose natural inclination is foot on the gas, crazy aggression, tons of individual expression being shown in both the agent select and in the way that they're being played, but they have been trying to take a structured approach playing in the VCT. Here on Haven, looks like they're going away from that. They're getting Demon One on the chamber. I know plenty of people want to see that after he was on Phoenix KJ week 1, and then you get Knights on the Phoenix, Kesnet on the Neon. If you're an Envy fan, this is the kind of explosive, high firepower comp you want to see from them.
Now, if you remember Knights on his time in Challenges, he was a control player, yes, but he was actually known for his clove. Played a lot of really aggressive controller style in that sort of setting. But Knights has been pretty outspoken about his experience of being in VCT, and one of the things he said after his game last week is that he just can't believe how much more structured every single team feels like in VCT, probably his own as well, I'm sure he's referencing, compared to Challenges. So that's been the biggest sort of culture shock for him coming in, but he's got a chance now, obviously after he put up an ace in his debut series, to try and take the game into his own hands on his Phoenix.
You gotta believe that there is going to be upset potential here for Envy against MIBR. Again, they've done it once. It was a blowout. It was the fastest game in VCT history. Their 2-0 win over MIBR last stage. But different teams, different look. Even one early shot but forced away. Can't handle all of that pressure.
That's going to give Silver over to MIBR, and they're wasting no time at thrusting into the side. Aspas again, first in, but Glyph sets his feet and is repelling 2 players comfortably. Demon One's able to get into the mix now, but we're even up in numbers as the rotates are coming in, but Kesnet pulls himself off the side for a sec. Back inside that smoke now. Smoke comes down, as does the curtain on that MIBR round.
Love the speed of the flood that we see there from Envy. It's great anchoring from Glyph. He gets that cross-map anchor smoke from Rossi that comes down, plays around it, deals with both duelists alone. That's a beautiful opening for the player who I think was the standout for Envy in week 1. Despite losing by a significant margin, he had a number of rounds that he was just outright winning for the team. And yeah, for the guy who was brought in to be more of a structure piece, a supportive player on the initiator role, a guy that they brought in for having great mid-round comms, he also is looking good in the shooting right now.
He put up 283 ACS in a 13-4 loss for Envy. And that was despite getting farmed a little bit early on in that series. Can he carry that through towards today? Kesnet, though, pretty quick moving around this site. Now is the MIBR on it, trying to challenge with these classics. Eventually bring Kesnet to heal, but the Spike is in a bit of an uncomfortable spot, and Demon 1 now will get involved.
Go, go, go.
Osboss just all alone with that bandit. Couple kills already, not too bad. See if he can get any more damage off here. And look, it wasn't the most coordinated with like Kesnet and a second player coming in to help him on C, but I'm not mad at just seeing that sheer confidence, just swinging, just fighting right now. Again, that is what you want to see from Envy. You have to understand coming into this year, and especially with restructuring the team, they're fully away from the Rankers core. Like, yeah, we're going to take the more standard, structured approach to getting into VCT. It makes sense. Every team they're going up against has that, right? But it just always feels like they're just trying to, you know, force a round peg into the square hole or whatever way you want to frame it, right? It just never feels completely natural for these guys.
These two teams are funny, right? Because MIBR has always felt really structured, but could benefit from loosening up and just playing with a bit more heart. Something that, you know, as Bren's rant, you know, also highlighted, Aspas was doing last week.
Yeah.
Whereas Envy always felt like they were looser. Now they're trying to add this structure in with a couple players being mixed up. It feels like these teams could both benefit from just letting go of that a little bit, but they're training in different directions in terms of what they're trying to make their teams into.
I do really like the Osboss Neon a lot. I think that he was playing with way more just sheer confidence and a desire to chase down kills, hunt down players.
The word you're looking for
last week
is cojones.
Like
He's playing with cojones, bro. It was refreshing to see.
It really was. I don't think... I do agree with what Bren was saying. I think that MIBR made some steps in the right direction that we saw last week. They had a complete misfire in the map pool, leaving Summit in, a map that it just so happened NRG had been practicing. They assumed it wouldn't make it into the pool, and MIBR, in their own words, just weren't practicing on it at all. Let's see if they can make this C hit happen. Two players on Envy gathered up. Here comes Osboss.
Relay ball to the back of the side. Aspas picks his moment to get out of the fast lane, but backs up into Rossi. That's two picked up with the Ghost. Demon 1 PZ, but doesn't have a chance to fire. Two big rifles still in the game, though, for MIBR, and they are crept up on this C side. Kesnet's on a timer, and he shows a little bit of his pigtail. Easy enough for Mazzino to snip it clean off.
What a moment this could be for Glyph. Working his way in backside. Drone broken early. He's going to have that recon back up in 5 seconds, though. We'll see how much information he can garner with that.
Naturally, not going to be much for him to see here. He can already surmise that players chat cubby one long. Those are the standard setup and a standard double face. And this all starts because Knights tries to find a timing to push out of Garage this round and gets slapped by Mazzino as part of his 4K in this round.
That was a great catch from Mazzino. Newly minted IGL for this team. Again, I like the space though from Envy. They're trying to get in. They're trying to fight. They're, you know, to some extent, they're playing together, just all under the same game plan. We are fighting them as they're coming into the site. We are flooding. And, hey, they get away with some good damage there.
Just like we saw in that A site in the pistol, you kind of have to flood in there, though, and not have to play full retake on that part of the map.
You can actually see Demon 1 with the AWP in this round. Kesnet was picking it up quite a bit back in week 1, but I think it makes more sense for the team when you have it set up like this. Fast hit onto this A site right now. Zekin getting stalled out in the ult.
He still can do something with this though, and he swings that corner straight onto Knights. Zekin finds two within the space of that run it back. That is going to be more than enough here to set up MIBR with an Owl drone to back it up. Rossi realizes there's just nothing to do here. He's out of there.
Yeah, this is absolutely just going to be a save situation. Envy definitely had a chance there with Glyph positioned in the corner. It's just a little bit awkward, right? Because Zekin is just running up through that fast lane, so Glyph is never able to actually see him break the Phoenix ult. And so despite Zekin getting stalled for a little bit, just enough time to wrap the corner on default box and find that entry. And kills kind of cascade from there.
I do feel like we saw a pretty big reaction to Zekken having a lower impact series last week. Certainly from the community. Some concern about whether Phoenix was where he belonged, was his right role here, but it feels like it's hard to doubt this guy when he starts to get rolling. To me, really feels like a pace setter in this team.
Yeah, he played Phoenix on all 3 maps last week. Wasn't a great series from him, but we saw fantastic Phoenix play out of Zekken in stage 1. Even on Haven specifically. There was a game where he dropped something like 27, 28 kills on it. So he's definitely shown that he's more than capable of playing this agent at a high level. I'm going to allow Zekken to have 1 week where he's just playing okay because he's Zekken. And I'm totally confident that he's going to bounce back and play pretty amazing whenever you need him to, right?
And I don't want to misattribute this quote. I think it was from a Pedro Romero interview last week, but Demon One is pretty vocal about how jarring it is to go from playing Sentinel to playing Duelist or vice versa. He's obviously spread across both of those roles last week. It feels like just the feel of how you have to play, you know, be a loose end, a late rotate, a pivot, and then be at the head of the pack, trying to take first contact. For him, that transition in between maps felt uncomfortable. And as a result of that, I wonder if there were conversations in the NV dugout over the course of the week that might see him a bit more dedicated to this role, even if it's not just Chamber Wyatt, maybe more Sentinel focus, pick up the Cypher on some of these maps like Sunset later on in the series, and actually, God forbid, see Knights try and double down in a Duelist role.
Envy, by the way, do have their head coach back this week. Stun is in the building with them, so that'll be of big benefit to them. But yeah, on that Demon 1 point, there's definitely just the school of thought. There's one camp that just want to see him play Chamber on every single map. Because at the end of the day, the best games he's had this year, Chamber.
The most
like when he was subbing with C9, he was just frying everyone. And Chamber is super viable. They've tried to flex around. We've seen him play, Viper, Duelist, like a bunch of different stuff. But ultimately, yeah, I get it though. You have Demon 1 on your team. You want to just see him get kills. Might be in position to do it there, except MIBR fall away when there's a little bit of that A-lobby pressure.
It's a low econ round though here for Envy. They've got the hero op with half armor. Oh, I like the idea from Kez there. Trying to get a bit of a wrap around, but MIBR ready for this now, and though they might be contained, they're ready to fight out of this pincer. There's Demon 1 though. Nice chime in with the op. He's really wrapped around them. Now running back in play, Demon 1 creeps up on the angle and finds Verno. Now though he's going to have to do something a little bit harebrained, I think, and go even deeper.
Here. The problem is where even is that position he could get to, right? And now he's got to just be content with a save if he could even get out of there. But yeah, he's committed himself. Rossi has no chance trying to get a defuse on that spike.
And all the Envy players that I'm going down on MIBR's side of the map, I think I like the wrap around, the fast play off the A side, but with their B presence collapses, Wyatt, then they're just playing retake on an open side.
Some nice shots from Demon 1, but yeah, I think the significant first moment is that you have Kesnet slide out with the Vandal. He didn't want to wait for util. He wanted to use, well, I mean, the util of his own. It is a slide. It's the speed to try to get ahead, catch a timing, but he can't. He's caught, and then it's tough from there. They're trying to recover that gun.
Tour de force.
Yeah, he's got that op over towards short.
MIBR really not taking any liberties at A long here. They barely push past that halfway point. Happy to leave the trip here and maybe work that B, maybe C split angle. A main's being re-cleared now, so this frees up Kesnet to wrap back towards B, a side that had been open up until now. Aspas might consider an acceleration here. He's ahead of the molly. That is pretty big. Knights may not be aware of just how deep Aspas is.
There's a chance that Envy could gather enough players over towards C that Glyph in range could send out a Hunter's Fury with a flood.
Hunter's Fury now, this could be pretty problematic. Aspas does get tapped by it. Kesnet in the corner of the side. The timing, though, for Zekken is going to be brought down. Tex handled, trying to play the loose end over on the B side of the map, and now MIBR are well and truly committed here. Envy have Glyph and Demon 1 to work with. backside and garage pushes. Glyph wisely identifies he wouldn't be pinned, doesn't need to give his position away. Again, it's Demon 1 creeping up on an angle with an op. Or a tour de force, same thing. Doesn't pan out this time, and now Glyph might just have to face the music. It's even too much for him to handle. They might be now solidified their lead.
Envy have been able to get multiple players onto the sites that MIBR are hitting, but it has not been enough. They've not been able to actually lock them down. They're getting the 3 players into the site. They had the Hunter's Fury to supplement them as well. But even still, not enough. This second layer push into the back site. The flashes from Zekin.
Good shot, guys.
Just getting torn apart on the hold.
Pretty stately here for MIBR. No overcommitment on the A side of the map, and then a YC split option to end the round. Demon 1 biding his time. Normally the spot that you see the Phoenix pick up more aggressively. Slide across! Casey gets caught out straight away. This might have opened things up at B now. Blazewall going to try and give them way on in, and Demon 1 tries to push out on a timing, but MIBR are watching for it. Glyph there not being spotted. So he's able to get back to A safely, but his noise cut is extremely unnerving for Envy. They have no information, just an inkling. MIBR, instead of pump faking the A side, going to commit towards long now. It is going to be pretty entrenched presence for Envy inside this A site. They don't have to play retake. They are in there like swimwear, but Aspas hits the back of the site. Verno's already found his, and now Glyph has to fight for his life on that corner. And it all falls apart at the seams pretty quickly.
Envy have just had no chance at holding these sites. The util that's coming out from the MIBR duelist combo is consistently getting value. They are able to get so deep off the fast lane. The flashes that we've seen Zekin throw out have been connecting at the right moments. We're never seeing these Envy players really able to fight together in those situations, divided by the wall. Unable to set up crossfires or good timings to multi-swing. It's got them in a bad spot with the economy. MIBR in full control of the game.
Now, Envy are another Kesnet team, so a push down mid with Sheriffs wouldn't be the most ridiculous thing. That used to be Crew's hallmark on some of these save rounds. But no. The stunner structure is more restrained than that, apparently. Tex is going to creep up, but not near where the high angle here is able to make the correction in time with Reflash into the fight. Knights is going to be able to pick up the kill and, crucially, the weapon for Kesnet. It's a bizarre place to find an encounter now. It's a bit awkward here for Knights, knowing that the A side is essentially overrun. They're still got a battle to work with, but Aspas, again, playing with a bit of heart, goes to take the fight, knows he's favored. And I'm here for a bit of stat padding, honestly, if you're ahead. Rossi's got to make his way into this A site alone. Mazzino and Zekin, the stabilizing elements of many on MIBR, will be waiting.
Rossi realistically has a chance to do this 1v2. It's going to be tough, though, dealing with Zekin up there in heaven. He's taken a good position.
The smoke coverage is good to get him in, but that window is about to expire, and there's just no inkling to check towards heaven, where Zekin is waiting to descend.
Fair effort. I mean, it is funny to get the call out, though, of Aspas just taking that fight into B. Hey, man, I like it, though.
Yes.
I like it. I want the GOAT to be hunting for kills. Like, put the pressure on them. So often earlier in this year, just every time you see him play, it feels like just waiting for the game to come to him. Or he's not imposing his will on the other team. I want to see more of that.
It's like he has expectations of a setup that he wants, right? We saw him when he was sticking to a lot of Jet, right? He'd wait for a flash. He'd want to be second in. He'd want things to be just so. Now he's making his own luck. And so far, seems like he's rolling well. Nowhere here in the seaside. It's completely bereft of Envy players.
Yeah, no position to flood, and honestly, maybe for the best. The way that those attempts have been going, MIBR just having their number. Not going to be divided by Rossi. Envy attempting to get back in, but they're getting stalled out by the Molly, stalled out by the Hunter's Fury.
just raw speculation here for Verno. No connection off the Hunter's through, but definitely has a delaying effect. Zekin going to play up inside the flash there. Mazino at least is able to trade his kill. Aspas back from behind the side, takes a swing, but Dima1 is waiting with the off. Good luck, though, with the retake now, and Mr. Mazanov is aware that the deck is stacked against him. He'll be walking away with his tail and up between his legs.
MIBR just have the recipe for dealing with that situation. They are all in front of the wall. They are all fighting at the choke. Little, Tex has his eyes on Garage just a bit, but the wall is a little weird cutting off at window, so they don't have to be overly concerned. And you just watch MIBR run into the mulcher in the choke. Just util piece after util piece. Time is getting delayed. Then they have to rush it. They're getting hit by shock darts. They're getting multi-swung. It's just over for them.
It feels like when you add Phoenix to these compositions, you are really working with a ton of util. You've got the molly, you've got an extra wall, you've got flashes that obviously can refresh. You're adding a lot to the mixture.
Like, how nice is that setup? You have Mazino up top, you have Zekin playing close, flashing into the choke. There's shocks coming into the choke. There's a swing coming from the left of default. Like, you are never going to get out there if you're Envy. MIBR just have their number. I think, it's valid to come into this game with questions about where MIBR would be at. They are a team that has dealt with some brutal losses this year. You take it back to kickoff. Oh. They had 3 opportunities to make it to Santiago. They fail in all 3 of them. They get reverse swept in the last one by NRG. That is pure pain. And then losing to Envy in the fashion that they did at the end of last stage. Painful. They missed out on making it to London. They have gone through so much adversity this year, and then for this stage to begin in the way it does against Energy, it is brutality after brutality that this team has suffered. So yeah, it's valid to think that they could come into this game with a bruised mental that Envy could exploit, but no, they really are firing on all cylinders out the gate, and you do love to see that.
What's insane about their loss to Envy at the end of stage 1 is that game didn't mean anything, because it will never happen again. We'll never see that Envy team play that Envy style. It was literally just a last hurrah. I mean, it showed what was possible. Unfortunately, the team saw that and still decided not to lean in that direction. So here we are. It's a different look. Envy, Glyph still at the top of the scoreboard, still finding really crucial kill contribution. And their duelists are looking uncomfortable.
A round opener with a touch more hesitancy than we've seen on the others from MIBR, expecting that out of the timeout that could have been very aggro play from Envy.
Let's listen into MIBR now as this slow round commences.
Give me a bomb and go short maybe.
I'm joining short right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke. In 10 we go, guys.
Okay. Yeah, trip short.
Okay. I'm gonna molly.
It's weak here, we should speed up.
Yeah, we'll speed up, Pass it, 3, 2, 1.
Watch out with the flood. Retake. Are in the smoke. Caught me in the smoke, Mac. Nice.
I'm grabbed.
One flank.
Heavy flank. Can we flip? Come into the smoke.
Coming to the smoke.
3, 2, 1. Cage long. I flash. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Now we're doing.
Left side. Fuck. Hold for short. Neon short.
Cage trigger.
3 flank, 1 spawn.
Yeah. I pass him get 10. I wanna stay close short.
One dead.
You know?
1 in spawn.
One enemy remaining.
One.
Nice!
Fucking go, boy. That's fucking
good chat.
Take what's useful.
Sorry, that is absolutely disgusting. I love that call midway through that plant to flip, right? To try and fight those extremities, but that neural theft there from Tex and some sharp shooting there over towards A-Long really sets MIBR up for success.
Yeah, they make the right call. They're pushing into just Demon 1, and he looks like he's going to be the hero of the round. He gets the op kill into the Headhunter switch. Surely it's over then, right? They can't take the space they wanted to towards spawn. They're stuck on the site. They know they're getting heavy flank, and they just win out the 2v4. That is outrageous. The unlikely heroes as well, Tex and Mazino. And MIBR, they want to bring that pace right back, just fighting up into C. Rossi gets the one trade, but that's irrelevant. The guns, the weaponry, not enough to get anything else accomplished. This is MIBR just running away with the map pick of Envy.
It's such a healthy lead, and they simply fight into C-Long with some pretty overwhelming utility and naturally better weapons. And it's funny because we're, again, being reminded of kind of the ballpark of where the MIBR ceiling could be. That's never really been hard to imagine. The challenge for this team is building a floor that doesn't collapse underneath that ceiling, which is about the mental aspect. It's about how you turn up on your worst day. I think this team wants a bad day to still have a lot of these elements of consistency, right? They haven't found that sort of sure footing yet, but this is obviously a great example of what's possible. And with Mazzino coming in and fragging up a storm and ostensibly calling this attack side, you've got to be feeling good about this showing.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think we saw that to an extent last week as well. To touch on Mazzino, it is nice to see him at the top of the board, 13-3. He has had to be outside of his comfort zone for a long time. You forget how talented he is individually because he's just had to make so many role swaps, picking up IGLing. But he's showing out right now.
Last round of the half here, last chance for Envy to leave a mark on MIBR, or this is going to be another tough day at the office. Dima once pressed up on that C long, playing close contact, and he has Tour de Force active, so virtually looking for stopping power there. But again, it's B that's being left open. Envy really have been leaving this up for retake.
No longer playing to the Floods. That was not the answer. MIBR were handling them with ease. No ults for this retake. 4 of them gathered up at this A-Link side. They need to really burst through that choke, create some space. The sun is nice on the off spots, and Kezit capitalizes.
Perfect, yeah, well set up there by Rossi. Nova Pulse finds its mark, but Zekin's going to be able to fight around the side now. Refight again with these refreshing flashes, and now run it back, built up. Dima 1 is in deep trouble. Everybody's looking for him. Zekin just denied his 4th. But the flood doesn't work, the slow retake doesn't work, the anchoring doesn't work. It's a disastrous defense side for Envy.
MIBR just looked unstoppable. Yeah, there was no answer for Envy. Every single exec, if they tried to anchor, they were getting run over. They could not manage the barrage of utility coming their way. You had MIBR picking the right timings to hit these sites as well. Early in the half, when you had Envy kind of stacked up right, flooding right, it wasn't enough. And then MIBR just go on a run of picking the light sites, getting easy post plants to play out. Damn, they look really good right now.
Stunning stuff so far here from MIBR. An 8-round differential heading into the half. Let's take a quick step aside and we'll be back with more of Haven.
Glyph and Knights for Lev 2025. Glyph tried out for us for a while, and I always told him, I'm like, you know, we're not going to pick you up right now, but you are like a really good player, and you will go pro eventually, like fully pro. And then, you know, he went to EU and came back, so I think he's really good. Knights as well, on a like really insane prodigy. Obviously one of the up and comers for sure. So I think their roster definitely upgraded.
Brutal first half there for Envy on the defense side of Haven. They threw us a bunch of different looks, but none of them really worked out. But let's get a second half underway and lock in the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. And I think we saw a wide range of approaches there from Envy on the defense side. Anchor, play forward, flood, slower retake, behind util.
promising signs with the Astra util in that last round of the half, I think. Try and set up. Kesnick got, was able to get a kill off a stun, but tough for Envy. Do they have that level of variety in the attack side? You're going to have to hope so, or hope at least we see enough rounds to see what they can offer.
Might be an early clash coming on this A side, depending on how aggressive MIBR want to get.
Might be right, Wyatt. This one is already getting frothy, and Zekin striking first. Getting a ping there on the player inside lobby. That's all MIBR need to know about how many MV players are going to be set up here. This one looks like it's destined to be another stinker for Team Envy. As MIBR are making themselves look like world beaters in this matchup.
Man, that just felt all too predictable. How long was Verno just slowly moved to the left, just staring? That flash coming in 3, 2, 1, goes around the corner. All right, great. They just look at him. He's just like pre-turned it so early. They just know exactly what is about to happen.
You know,
they've already got the pressure ready to go from short. They've just been cooked.
I'm going to throw this idea out there. Maybe it's this like early weeks of really adding tight structure for Envy that makes them look a little predictable or readable. They certainly were readable in their last game of stage 1.
They're just trying to accelerate off of Force Buy right now. 4 stingers for them.
Okay, deep is Kesnet. Burner's going to catch him out pretty much straight away. It's obviously a force that has to be here. The stingers for Rossi have sunk for 2. But Glyph is low, and Demon 1 still trying to creep his way in with the Bandit. Zekin actually outdone by the Headhunter in that range. Mizzino, though, should be good here to lock this one up. It's going to be a quick day at the office here, I feel. MIBR marching towards a map finish.
This is a real stat pattern for Mizzino. Hey man, he needs that for the confidence. IGLing and popping off. He's got a lot on his shoulders. Playing the controller main, which is not his favorite agent to be on. You know, ideally, if you were just living in Mizzino's world and he could do whatever he wants, he would love to be playing a little bit of Flash this year. He'd love to throw some Breach out here on Haven. Pretend it's 2023, 2024 again, and Breach is a perfectly fine agent to play here.
Last chance here for Envy to do something. Demon 1 with the Marshal. Kesnis still trying to play with a bit of pace, a bit of heart, despite it getting broken over these last 14 rounds. And Aspas is on an off angle here. One that the Owl drone could sniff out in theory. Trying to play ahead of it there. It's going to be Zekin out springing forth just for 1. And leaves Envy in a favorable position, and Demon 1 always seems to be in the right spot. Can't quite complete the kill though. Tex will be allowed to slip over towards the A side.
Oh no, Knights
no.
Goes down over towards Long, but they're going to call it off, Envy. Go back to Demon 1, go back to the space that he's got.
It's a really heads-up cancel, knowing that their Sentinel has given them a ton of room into B.
I like how MIBR are working the map right now to look at Verno's position. Critical in this round. He has full HP, full armor, and has the Phantom. Best kit on the field right now, and he's worked his way through spawn. Now just giving some time for his other 2 players to get towards B main. This drone is definitely going to be the attention grabber.
This Mizzino smoke could be critical. Demon 1 picked off early. Tex is able to find him on the approach, and now Glyph uncomfortable in an off-angle position, but low in health now. Traded down. It's all on Rossi. Envy make the right call with a late rotate, and Rossi's going to have to ace now to keep them in the game. 2 young bloods still fighting for recognition. Verno's going to get this spike to half, and God forbid he sticks it. That would be absurd! Rossi completes the ace. It's more of a sigh of relief than a yell of jubilation.
Hey, at least for Envy, back-to-back matches, 2 guys have gotten aces. Rossi gets one now. Knights on his left, his debut. He got an ace last week.
And again, this one feels even less consequential. I mean, I guess important in that it keeps the game going.
During a legitimate, what looked like the makings of a legitimate comeback on Breeze. This one might just be for the sake of his VLR rating, but who knows? I'm not going to speak too soon. But this is something of an uphill battle in front of them. You typically favor the team with 12 rounds on the board in this situation, Mitch.
MIBR not just playing an op on this contact extremity. No, they've got 3 players with nose to the glass like it's a candy store. getting ready, in theory, of some kind of timing to fight into this space.
Yeah, it's just, I think Aspas, tap, flash.
Who's taking
re-swing.
contact here? Yeah, there's, I guess a flash off Aspas is contacting, gets brought down, and Zekken wants to fight that solo. Fair enough. It all falls apart, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the intention of the play. I mean, it's just simple setup. But in the world where Aspas gets the kill, and then the flash and the double swing, they're cooking.
You don't have any choice if you're Zekken. You have to fight that, because what are you going to do? Turn your back on them and run down C long? Absolutely not. You are fully committed there. And hey, spin a trick like that on a save round like this is very reasonable. Just couldn't find a timing to put it together, and so Verno will hold silent vigil over.
Also, again, listen, I like it from Aspas. Save round. He's down to 600. Who cares, bro? I'm buying this rifle, and I'm gonna win the game right now.
Revealing area.
It's the idea of it.
Verno pinging a gun for himself. Also jumps on out, and that will see Envy pick up another round. Still very much a grim determination for Envy to clamber back into this game. Is it best? Obviously, it's overtime they're aiming for. Yeah, fight him.
Rossi is finding some nice kills. He's playing well individually. Yeah, I think Glyph had a couple really important moments, had some heads-up kills in that first half that we saw as well. Like, even in these losses, I think you're really clearly seeing Glyph's game sense on display. When the camera is on him, I have been impressed with him in both of their matches so far, despite what's happening to the team. I think he is standing out.
Yeah, just for different reasons, like you said, than in theory he was picked up for. Maybe it's just the whole package here for this Envy team. That stint on Gentlemates, the trip over to EMEA, clearly adding some important experience to his portfolio.
Yeah, it was something he was discussing in an interview with Andre Hopkins this past week, that he felt like on Gentlemates he completely lost his identity as a player. He was a cog in the machine, just a part of their
guy with a gun.
And he really wants to be able to find his identity again, coming back to the Americas, which he felt like he had in his Challenger stint. I mean, I can see what he's talking about.
He's in the right place. He's practically the Xavier Institute of identity finding, but I don't know how much more there is to be found in this one. As Zekken dives upon them, Nights with the run it back allows him to take a more aggressive kill and shut down the threat that Zekken's offered. Now a ping back to B, but it is not an empty site.
Yeah, this is Mazzino in a game-closing position.
Cute from Knights there, tried to duck in under it, but Mazzino was too quick to the click.
30 seconds left.
Time's of the essence. Verno still very well kitted out in terms of utility. And Aspas just has an inkling for it! There it is! 13-4 for MIBR. Ironically, that is the number of rounds, 4, that they won in the last meeting between these two teams, keeping a much cleaner sheet this time around.
And by the way, that on the last round, I believe, is an Aspas buying 0 armor, just glass cannon Vandal. He is just playing a bold game, and that is what you want to see from the GOAT. Zekken with a hell of a performance, too. Puts up 5 first kills, 18 on the board. His Phoenix on Haven definitely looks really good. Maybe if you want to be a hater, you can question it on the other maps. But we'll get to see it on Sunset as well in a moment. As this MIBR team, they've just leaned into this Neon Phoenix meta look. And overall, I would say so far, it's working for them.
Both Zekken and Mazzino above 300 ACS in that game. Aspas continuing to play aggressively. Some good signs here for MIBR, and Envy have a lot of thinking to do as their map gets absolutely crushed. We'll be back, of course, with more of the series after we hear from our catch.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more.
to keep Envy in this now. There's your boy, debut ace, 4 nights.
E agora pode aparecer, tem espaço por ali, os dois jogadores na tela deles, Zequinha. Já pegou informação ali pela escada. E clutch do Zeke!
Congrats on stealing away Envy's map pick, but looking ahead to Sunset, that is a map you took away from NRG last week, but they did do a little bit of a fake comeback on that defensive half. So you're starting on the defense. Do you feel a lot more confident this time around, and why?
Yeah, I mean, our problems on defense have been pretty known to us, so it's really all about just executing those game plans and working on the mistakes that we've been making. So it's something that we've known from ourselves, and we're doing our best to fix that, and we're confident on the map, so hopefully we show that.
Love to hear it. I'm looking forward to the improvements.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear them talking a little bit about the unfortunate events they've had on defense in the past. Of course, that was that second half of Breeze last week where everything spiraled completely out of control.
It was quite an event, really.
Yeah, it was a rough one. But today, defense absolutely knocked it out of the park here at the start on Haven.
I mean, they knocked everything out of the park in this game. This is a really good look from them. Most of the rounds, of course, coming in that first half from the attacking side. But I think if you're walking away from this game, the big thing is, hey, they ran back the same identity that they did in the last game that they played. And just like in the first map and a half that they looked really good in last week, the execution was good, Aspas was confident, entrying, Zekin was right there with him. Like, this looked like the MIBR that should have won 2-0 last week.
And I think in particular it was these post plants where Envy just couldn't really make it in. Like over here on this C retake, they're trying to come all the way in, 5 players flooding out CT, and MIBR can just kind of mow them down. They've got, what, 3-4 players just fighting over that angle, throwing plenty of Phoenix utility in as well to make sure that Envy never comfortably can step out to trade each other.
Yeah, I think the execution on a lot of these retake ideas from Envy ended up not being the best in these rounds. You see, this one is a 4-on-4. They're going for this heavy flank retake. They should be in control of this game. And then you see this double swing come out. Mazzino hits the spray transfer, and the swing from Heaven is coming just that bit later than the rest. You look towards the end of the half, and it's another really similar rounds where Envy looked to be in a good position, getting this early pick onto Aspas, but then just cannot win out in the team fighting, in the trades. That to me is something that Envy, this team is such good individuals, should be great at, brawling, fighting together. But in both the games they played now this week and last, it has been that team fighting, that execution, that has not been up to the level it needs to be.
Yeah, and for MIBR, they just sort of smacked that down in its entirety. You have Zekin, of course, coming away with some great numbers. Mazzino as well, I think, throughout the entire, especially early on in that first half, was absolutely carving up Envy. There was nothing really they could find in terms of an overall answer. So now I suppose we've found ourselves in a situation once again for Envy where there's really not a lot of great stuff to work on.
No, this was rough. I think the biggest thing that was a struggle here was that they were playing a comp that I think leans more into their identity, but contrasting to MIBR, when they did go for these faster plays with the Neon Phoenix trying to dive in and fight together, they were not finding success. They weren't individually getting the entries in the big rounds you would expect from a team like Envy, but like I'm talking about, it's also the team play later on that is failing to come to fruition. And it just feels like they're in such a bad spot now because we're looking at the map that was so excellent last week for MIBR in Sunset coming up.
Well, you can see it down there at the bottom who you guys thought was the map 1 MVP, and you can keep spamming in chat, I believe. Aspas getting 43% of the votes.
Do you think that Aspas would ever lose one of these?
But Mazzino was 20 kills to 7 deaths.
I think Aspas deserves it.
I don't even think Aspas was the top 3 in that first map.
Are you trying to say that this election was not legitimate?
I don't know what I'm trying to say. All I know is that I don't know what y'all are doing in chat right now.
This is democracy, Christy.
In action, and it's just getting worse and worse, I'm pretty sure. Just keeps getting more and more skewed. I feel for...
The tyranny of the majority has come down upon us
I
to
don't
make
know.
Aspas.
Well, it's gone now. So who really knows who won? I forgot. I wasn't looking when it disappeared. It could have changed at the last second.
That might be more of an object permanence issue on your behalf, but we're looking at Sunset.
And I really hope that Envy don't have object permanence, because if they do, they'll remember what just happened to them on Haven.
Yeah, they should not remember that, but if I'm having memories of this map, it's really happy for MIBR. The attack side in particular, I think this is where their execution looked so on point with the double duelists. Aspas was so aggressive in his entries on this map. I love to watch it. The second half, their defense as well. I thought they had good protocols, especially how they held space back site and then played these flood retakes into front site. It looked super drilled. This was the map that sold me on MIBR being back in stage 2.
Okay. So you're sold there. Is there any selling you can try to do on the Envy front? Like we talked about some of the team play problems going on. Like how fixable are these in a conversation between two maps versus looking forward to another week? All right.
I think it's looking grim right now for Envy.
I thought you weren't even going to say anything. I thought you were just going to say nothing, and that's okay. We're going to hear what Coach Stunner has to say before we get into map 2.
Stunner, that was your map pick of Haven, and I can't imagine that's how you saw it playing out. So straight up, what went wrong? What didn't translate over from those scrims?
I mean, we're just flatlining our defense. We're playing too timid, and when we are in front of them, we're just playing our micro steps horribly right now. So we got to get on the same page.
Yeah, especially for the next map coming up of Sunset. But thank you so much. Good luck.
Whenever I use Zowie monitors, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Nyack. The biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Knights has to ace to keep Envy in this now. There's your boy! Debut ace! 4 Knights!
E agora pode aparecer, tem espaço por ali, os dois jogadores na tela deles, Zequinha. Já pegou informação ali pela escada. E clutch do Zeke!
It's a server full of some pretty famous names in Valorant, but only one of these ambitious projects is about to begin stage 2 at 0-2.
I mean, Kesnet, Mazzino, these two guys, the history, both of them making a splash with Crew. The first big moment for LATAM came from that duo, Champions 2021. One of the most memorable Champions runs of all time. They make it to that semi-final. On the way, they beat Sen, they beat Fnatic. Crazy OT game against Gambit that just kept them narrowly away from being in the grand final. And then all these years later, competing against each other, both of them standing the test of time, while a lot of the old LATAM guard around them have fallen by the wayside. You know, since then, yeah, you had Mazzino kind of get close to that glory playing with Aspas, Lev 2024. Kesnet's still just hunting to get in a situation like that again.
But there are other names in LATAM that have since eclipsed them now. If you look at many of the members on Leviatán and other rosters, these two players you'd think really wanted to be in that conversation and had set themselves up back then to be there, but
you would have
still
thought
searching.
If a trophy went in that direction, that
one of these two had to have their
would have been
fingerprints
a
on it.
part of that LATAM team, right? Yeah, and it's just crazy that it didn't end up being the case, but the two of them are still just fantastic players.
So Envy here showing us a Sage comp with Demon 1 still on that chamber. So they go to single duelist here on Sunset. And for MIBR, they'll come around. We'll see Aspas, Neon, Zek, and Phoenix. So no huge changes for them. Tex on the Cypher is always going to be good. You know, to really control the pace of game on those weak sites.
Yeah, Tex looked great on this map the other day. I mean, unfortunately, what was one of his best series of the year ended up being marred by that clutch attempt against Mata that went wrong on Breeze, and that's all that people remember. But he was playing really well in that series.
And Bren did some cope at the start of this series. He didn't even touch on how mad he was about the narrative around Tex after last week. So, bro has a lot to say, but there's plenty to take away from that little diatribe. And frankly, MIBR have really showed up already in the first map of this series, very much in keeping with Brem's hopium about this team. It wasn't a close haven. You know, even in the rounds at NB1, they felt like they happened in junk time. There was, you know, a pretty key ace from Rossi there, but it certainly felt unsalvageable. So now we head on to MIBR Sunset. Frod has always said his teams love this map. He loves to coach teams on this map. He said this was the old MIBR's best map, even if it didn't eventuate in Toronto. So let's see what we have in store now. They'll start on the defense side.
And this was a really fun one to watch in the MIBR Stage 2 debut because we got to see Aspas just imposing his will on the server, playing so much more aggressively, working our way into just an honest 5-on-5 post plant. Spawn cut off by that Sage wall.
I like the flip attempt here from the defense side, but this is going to be sniffed out by Glyph. He's forced away though by the paranoia, and now MIBR in a position to fight for this. Snaking their way down short. Still leaves Aspas in a position to pinch onto Elbow, but time is really the essence here. Rossi crosses. Not a true crossfire setup, but Glyph now is going to help out with the rest. Oh my goodness, forget about it, man! They all walk out of the line of fire, and now Rossi's got to salvage this, or this ship is scuppered! Not what you want to see. If you're an Envy fan, I'll put it plainly for you. MIBR fight back in a shorthanded scenario.
Maybe it's just the time of year, it's the sense of making a champions slipping away from Aspas, but he looks like a different player last week, this week, than we've seen him so far in 2026. Just insane moments already.
And we were hearing all last year of this, even earlier this year, kickoff, like of Aspas being a little resistant to pick up some of these more dive, more mobility-oriented duelists. Really wanted to stick to the jet. We saw him try some Waylay, some Yoru. And it kind of got passed around on this MIBR side because it didn't really seem to suit him. But Neon seems to fit like a glove in a way that we wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, it's like something you would pick up occasionally on the pass, like with Loud, way back then, but never really fully immersed himself in it. And it, you know, does feel like... No ace. But it does feel like when you go, you know, back in the history books and you look at Aspas' career, you're going to feel like, man, I wish this guy would have just went all in on Yoru when he was the best agent in the game. And maybe there's a level of realization like, we can't let the guy who is arguably the greatest player of all time, at one point was undoubtedly the best player in the world, to miss out on playing the best duelist agent right now as a duelist main. We cannot let him avoid that and just stay in the jet and raise zone forever. Like, he needs to be on these great agents.
He has to evolve.
Where he can, yeah, evolve and also put up the GOAT level performances. Because he's playing with training weights when he's going on some of these lesser duelist agents, playing against Neons and Yorus all day when Yoru is relevant, right?
Envy's comp gives them this access to this top mid split that you see some teams threaten but never really fully commit to when they're just smoking that part of the map. But look at them get in onto this B side.
And MIBR make a good decision though, double up to control the space in main. So they still will have an extra angle to get back in towards the site.
This is something I want to see more of. It's really hard for defenders to peer into that top mid scenario and try and take a fight against the attackers. So Envy making very good use of this Sage wall to get themselves in. Tex here is dug in on the back of the site, though. Still on a danger angle, quite deep. Now, the Cyber Cage also going to break things up. Maybe an opportunity for Mazzino there. Going to be Tex finding yet another one, and it's going to be Verno on Demon 1. Again, it's an issue of time, though. And Demon 1 loves to bide his. Just play it slow, play it safe! Oh my goodness! What a moment there from Verno! Defused with just under 2 seconds left, and that has got to be some egg on Demon 1's face.
Just a dagger to the heart. If it feels like that might be the crushing blow for this map if we're on round 3.
Bit early for that, isn't it? But
I mean, do they have the resolve to get back from a situation like that?
Oh, man.
Especially after what just happened on Haven on their own map pick. Look at Stunner's face. He is just distraught.
Yeah.
And
just a valid bonus to lose against.
So brutal. You got to give a lot of credit there to Tex, by the way. He comes in just the Sheriff, one of the lesser weapons when you look at MIBR in totality there, and he gets 2 crucial kills with it.
I mean, like they're getting busy in these early rounds. Again, they're taking a lot of this space in towards mid. This time the wall is in market. But it's a bit of a dead stop in mid. It looks like Envy really want to just capture this space, but Zekin's going to fight for it with his runner back. He knows it's risky, but he can afford to throw caution to the wind. And he just got a ton of damage down in those last few seconds. Aspas, more than happy to be second to the fight, to pick up the scraps.
Just hunting them down. That's something we've seen from his Neon. He's pouncing on opportunities. When he sees that someone is trying to limp away, there's some danger, someone's trying to get around the corner. Nah, he is right on them.
I mean, there's honestly a ton to talk about in that round because the Sage Wall gets placed this time in market. And it looks like Envy are hoping to fight for mid a little bit until the Phoenix turns up top mid and Zekin starts ruining them.
One enemy remaining.
Again, it's a low economy round, right? That's probably where the confidence is originating from for MIBR. Attack side up for Demon 1. Oh, there's no way. Aspas is going for it, bro. This is insane. KZ going to get brought down with the help of Tex, and now Hunter's Fury to punish some of these players in mid. A lot of space taken by MIBR. And it could be a hot minute before Envy can re-clear it.
Tex just sits down 2 of them, gets the res out, still have the man advantage. But Envy need to commit that. They can't lose another buy round here. That would just be giving way too much up to MIBR. They're going to try to make a foray into this B site, but it's littered with Cypher utility.
Verno's still free here. What? Oh, wait, free. He's alive at the back of the side. He can even have a recon later in the round if it's required. Rossi brings him down in the end, but Aspas slides on in to dominate him. 5 unanswered rounds here for MIBR, and no shortage of crashing round losses for Envy amongst them.
It's just looking effortless for them. I love that they integrate a play like that at that exact juncture in the half, where Envy are on a pivotal full buy round. Nothing on the board yet, and so that's when you activate your aggro defense set piece, combo up the ults. No, that's a great call to get it in on that round. Perfect timing.
I think we started to see Zekin say that at the end of the listening of the previous round. He's like, okay, and now we, and then he cut off, right? So obviously there was a plan to play into the next gun round. Got to be a timeout here for Envy because, look, in much of the same style as we saw occur on Haven, nothing has been working. They are getting busy in the early rounds. There's been no semblance of default play from these guys. Even a round like that one, when they've got an op in Demon 1's hands, a round that you think as a result is probably going to look a little slower, the pace gets imposed on them. Aspas slides into mid. With that Neon ultimate in play, they don't have the option to play a slow round, Envy. The pace gets dictated for them and they just fall apart. So how do they set the pace for themselves in this attack side?
You're going to imagine this is a round where Demon 1 is going to bring out that tour de force, see if he can't find an opening. It was a quiet week 1 for him, playing the KJ, playing the Phoenix. And he's on the agent that everyone would want to see him play. The one where he can most impose his will on the server, play aggro, take fights, take timings.
he loves to just push up on these angles with an op or a similar weapon. He's got a trip to deal with, though, on that A short side, so... He does have a nice line, though. And the one-way smoke to really set him up. Now it's a question. Your strong side needs to get there into elbow. In fact, no. Okay, they're going to get straight onto the site, ignoring elbow entirely. Still that same wall over towards that spawn side. Kesnit's asking for a bit of action, but Aspas has somehow been able to fall away and stay alive here. They've got to get rid of him. Eventually, Glyph steps up with the bandit pipe. But at that time, all of the retakers are here from MIBR. Fast flooding in, realizing that Envy are completely disrupted, don't have the weaponry to fight for it. And that's another chapter closed.
Aspas was in so much danger there, but he really makes the most of dodging around with the fast lane into the delay with the stun. And so even though Verno was walled off, the team rotating kind of walled there, he bought enough time that Verno was able to break it and then get back in, get the kill, get the trade for him.
Set up that crossfire so quickly.
There's just no hesitation in providing that help. MIBR just... They understand the assignment in that situation, complete it. 6-0.
It's hard to imagine a worse start than we saw on Haven, but at least Envy won the pistol in that map. Brutal. It's tough TV to see, and Aspas is going to take 2 heads off the rip. Verno going to push straight on in again. It's MIBR not giving Envy any room to breathe. No room to lean into this chamber comp. It's all gas, no brakes, and again, it's Demon 1 who is very aware of the encroaching threat.
I love it. Same kind of sequence. Play out a anti-eco, a bit more standard than the next round. Hey, that fast hit down mid on defense, that set piece we have, that worked beautifully on the gun round to completely disrupt them. Let's just do it again, but the variation is we're just going to contact through tiles. We're just going to walk it down. Catches off Envy completely.
We saw that same round, though, when Aspas popped the overdrive. Really similar approach, albeit slightly different weaponry. He's 11-3 on the Neon. Demon 1 gets a leg on Mizzino. It's going to take more than raw damage just to win a round like this. Demon 1 is doing all this work just to keep this weapon. Line him up, nice little spin there, and Verno hits him with the coup de grace. 12-3 and a 7-0 scoreline. Envy have shown up here, saw in stage 2 in some way or shape or form, but they have not arrived.
Look at that second shot. How fast the adjustment is.
And you can see that Envy are trying to respond to this and fight into that moment. But there's always a second and third player there for MIBR, a contingency upon a contingency.
I feel like MIBR need a win like this, need a showing like this. So when was the last time, if ever this year, they had a blowout game? Oh wait, maybe we are the super team that people were talking about before the year even started kind of game. A reminder of who they are kind of game.
In fact, they were on the receiving end of the biggest blowout game so far.
And now they're dishing it right back to the very same team.
Well, these guys have played twice before this game, so this would truly be a decider in that sense, and there's been nothing short of decisive. Okay, indeed, pretty simple stuff here. Just a smoke back towards that spawn side. Also a wall thrown up, and Verno's going to play this same off angle that we saw earlier on, and Kesnet, I guess he was trying to clear that trip. That's all he could really do. Just watch the soul leave Envy in that round. Just depart their bodies en masse. It's like Goku's charging a spirit bomb in the next postcode.
It's just like the, yeah, man, the slow kind of work into the site, the setup. Mizzino is ready for that situation as well in that, yeah, when they've hit A before, Rossi is going for that like jump. You can place the wall kind of deep. So Mizzino is just ready to TV top box, have the angle over it.
Yeah.
And MIBR have the contingency plans. They know what is about to happen. And now it's, oh hey, Envy are on a bye. All right, little aggressive move towards A. Nothing crazy, not going for a full push through, but again, a level of, you know, disruption, just differentiating things.
Verno does not want to permit a top mid split here. Straight into market now, but Mizzino's going to be waiting for it up on the plant. The 10 spot pays off. Demon 1 tries to switch over to Hunter, but no glory. No happiness for him in that moment. And Mizzino is a brick wall, pushing out of market in the end. And that's exactly the kind of staccato that MIBR have punctuated every single winning round with. And that's been all of them.
Yeah, they really are playing with a casual vengeance for what occurred last time. MIBR are never going to be the team to make it seem like they're playing with that fire in their hearts when you see them on camera, but I'm going to let the gameplay just speak for itself in that regard.
And what a nightmare for Stunner and the coaching staff, because they were there for that last performance of Envy, and they made the concerted decision to go away from that game style, and instead they're being fed in the wood chipper. Ross able to slow them down, though, and at least achieve player parity with a res. But Envy are no closer to this site than they were at the start of the round, and they're walking into a fully Cypher-tripped A site.
Aspas just shreds them to pieces, man. Verno is working his way towards Link, so if this hit does come in off the smoke fade, yeah, it's those trips you mentioned. But now they have to deal with Verno as well. Walled off. A lot of pressure on Tex.
Okay, Verno trying to set him up, though, here with the recon. Verno's going to have to wait until his trips give him that solid info. Rossi wraps around, though. Okay, nice little light slide here from Envy. There's something in this round, surely. Verno low on bullets here. Demon 1 holding his ground.
Spike planted.
And that casual confidence for MIBR this time isn't quite enough to get them over the line. Although, don't count Mizzino out. He ran rough shot over them on Haven. Good paranoia. Sets himself up with a free 1 versus 1. That's crazy. Gets ahead of the box. No! Surely not! Oh, the fellow Chilean to finish the job. Straight up 1 versus 3 with zero respect.
We might just need to end the game now. I'm going to be honest.
Do we have a mercy rule?
I don't know if I can watch any more of this. Oh my God. That is one of the most brutal Valorant rounds I think I've ever seen.
The paranoia is perfect here. Credit where it's due. Mizzino guarantees a 1v1 to start the fight.
My God. I can't imagine how they feel.
Listen.
I have received some very
most excited MIBR moment, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's them though. Like, I always felt like this team. Do you remember when Cortesia was on this roster, right? He would pop off all the time, and it actually felt like, for many of the MIBR players, it did more harm than good. Like, they really wanted to keep like a really calm baseline. That's where they like to be. They don't want to be overly exuberant. They got a lot of players who are understated, prefer not to carry on too much.
Oh yeah, I mean, your Bronze 2 ranked teammate is getting more excited at a 2K than Mizzino at a 1v3 clutch in the VCT, man. It's ridiculous.
But again, they are so stable. That's supposed to be one of the hallmarks of this team. In fact, it's part of the structure that is supposed to let Aspas just reign supreme. And so, yes, no shock there that they don't go crazy, but I do not want to undersell just how back-breaking that moment was for Envy.
Wow, Zekin only 5 and 4. Has he fallen off, Mitch? Is that a problem?
It's generational.
Looking into this.
Yeah. Running back here for Zekin on this round as Envy. They're going to buy. It's not pretty. Half armor, but they are running out of time to make their mark on this series. Only winning 4 rounds on
Depending on what happens, I might have to close my eyes this round.
I mean,
really...
Stunner has had his eyes closed most of this game, I think. Every time I cut to him.
Can't blame him.
I got a daring call in the moments before this round. We're going to listen into Team Envy. God help us all.
I'm here.
Close, guys.
Yo, they're in they meet. Headshot dead. One more in me, probably. Yeah. Yes. Side. Slug behind us. Coming, guys.
Right side. Give me 1 side, guys.
I'm gonna clear elbow.
Neono's here.
I'm planning safe.
Neono's here.
Bro, look our positions.
Pineapple.
Lane. Silva's lane, guys.
I'm walking down Silva.
I'm with you, Chris. I'm with you. I'm right behind you. We're good, Chris. I'm right behind you.
3. Chill. Just hold.
I'm jiggling lane.
Off me, guys.
There. One enemy remaining.
He was there too.
Yeah, he was.
Lane still?
I have lane.
2 bullets.
We can spawn if you guys done. Walking out lane. Wait. Might go for damage. Lane right now. I'm exiting T-spawn. Nice shot, guys. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
There it is. The Envy win in round number 11. One of the calls that stood out to me most midway through that round is Kesnick going, guys, look at our positions. As 4 of them are stacked behind the box on that A site. It is pretty chaotic, the communication on this Envy side.
Yeah, I would say
a lot of chatter.
Chaotic, still with a level of determination though. Definitely not a sense that they've given up in the way that they're speaking to each other. Like, the communication is still intense, you know what I mean? Like, they're not out of the game in that regard, it feels like. So that is a plus.
And there's something to hang their hat on here in this first half, but it's their last round, naturally. Still makes that pistol ever so important in the second half. MIBR.
Go, go, go.
This time slow it down. No thrust up mid, no aggressive A push. They actually want to try and anchor this B side behind the Cypher util, but Envy have sniffed it out. Top mid presence for Demon 1, hit by the flash, and there's a pinch on his left. He's going to give that space up and now return. Can Minzino do anything ahead of this? Yeah, he doesn't actually want to take contact on this A side. Try and maybe play off the Phoenix.
Yeah, the best he can really do is wait, delay with the paranoia, and try to set someone else up. If Zek is going to be Zekin, and that's the catch spike down as well.
Okay, there is a slow warp here, so Zekin can't advance too much further, but I think he's done more than enough here to take the wind out of Envy's sails.
Yeah, absolutely. It's forcing them into this mid-round reset, but they have no space elsewhere on the map.
Zekin just pushes Solo up short with Phoenix ult and gets a kill. All right, top mid. It's not a split, though. It is a full commitment. Verda's able to take one, and there's going to be some Boba presence now as Kesnit's brought back into the game via the res.
And it's high value from Rossi. Oh, no! Shooting from Tex. Oh, my God.
Absolutely ruined. 3 kills for Tex, and that's more than enough. Envy come to a screeching halt deep in enemy territory.
Tex really looking solid today. And he played great on Sunset in their first match as well. He is looking much sharper these last couple weeks than he's looked, I think, the rest of the year up until this point. And hey, maybe he's getting into that zone at just the right time of the year to make this Champions run actually come to fruition.
What a pace shift there for MIBR. Yeah, the stank face there from Fraud. I don't blame the guy.
I mean, it can't be lost on us that MIBR, yeah, they're looking great today. They're looking dominant today, but there's still a long road ahead of them to make it to Champions. This is step 1, though, of that journey, getting their first win in Stage 2 if they can close out.
Halftime here on Sunset. It's 11-1 favoring MIBR, so get on back quick after halftime because we might have much more game left in us. Well, folks, not here for a long time, but for a good time, it's almost guaranteed. Unless you're an Envious fan, in which case, sorry. It's been a tough run here for Envy. 4 rounds, 1 on their map pick of Haven, and on Sunset, they've somehow managed to look even less sure of themselves. Seeing Mazzino clutch on them, I said it to you in the break, it looked like watching Anderson Silva shatter his own femur, trying to kick someone.
Brutal scenes.
Yes.
Now, you say, you know, Envy, not sure of themselves. I feel like I've never seen MIBR feel more sure of themselves. Every call, every round is decisive, and you're watching Ospas just all in, committing on the plays, no hesitation, and it's resulted in him putting up 16 kills for 6 deaths. He's taking point, and he's hitting the shots.
And there were times, and I feel guilty for suggesting this, there were times where I wondered if Aspas had a legitimate desire to change as a player or evolve in the direction that the game was pulling him. But this should allay any doubts that you have about his ability to stay with the times and remain a potential world beater in a very foreign meta from where the one that he really, found his glory moments in. MIBR on the attack side here in this pistol. They're going to clear that Sage wall to some degree as Envy try and set up a big elbow stack that isn't going to be tested. It's going to be Tex, though. Might have seen or heard this cross top mid. It's not sure.
Yeah, that B side of the map is looking mighty open over there for the taking.
It's looking
Envy
mighty submissive B side there.
I won't say the second part of that.
Giving that one up.
Very submissive and plannable.
Yeah, I'm not. Sorry,
there's the spike getting in. Sidima 1 try and work his way back in through Boba, but there are a large number of MIBR players here to make the fight. Nice little ping out on Zekin, but he's going to get back to safety. Verno and Zekin, can they handle this flood? We're about to find out. First shots are good. Oh, it's all Verno. Zekin chimes in. And Envy simply serve themselves up to the wood chipper. Say, please put me out of my misery.
Yeah, wrap it up. Wrap it up. MIBR just looking insane today.
Yep. Okay, so
we're at a place though, Mitch. I already know the conversation that's about to happen. There is going to be a damn MIBR look really good, and then the response is going to be, boy, but it was against Envy though, so this doesn't matter.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Doing my job for us, bro.
By Ghost Rider.
That is going to happen, but I really do believe that we've seen enough from MIBR in this game and in the Week 1 game we've seen enough evidence, rather, to support that, hey, this is looking like a different MIBR. They're playing in a different way. Aspas is playing in a different way. They're leaning into this Phoenix Neon, and it is looking good for them.
But can they make this their floor? That's what they've been searching for so far. We know this team has so much potential. A ceiling that, in theory, we may never have seen before with this mix of players. But they needed a solid baseline that even on an average day, a random Tuesday, could come into the server and look this good. Stingers still pretty strong.
Yeah, this is a good time push from Envy down mid. It's going to collect a whole lot of kills on
no.
Oh, no. He's got a molly as well. He could get the heal.
He's got ult. Built that up pretty damn quick. Flash reset as well. Look at him actually getting off that molly. He doesn't know where Demon 1 is.
Oh, my God.
All right. Demon 1, believing that his patience will pay off, and it does. Eventually catches second as he doubles back. And Envy will take what they can get at this point. They force up into Stingers to stay in the game, and it pays off. They even take a Vandal out of the round. Any deep thoughts here?
I'm just watching the replay play out. I can't say, asking anyone to have deep thoughts at this point in the game is... You're really asking for the most from anyone who is participating in this viewing. So no, I can't say I have any of those, but fair play to Envy at least for staying alive for just one more round. What are they going to have to do to make you a believer here, Mitch? You don't want to talk to me?
I was talking to a producer.
That's all right, bro. Dono wall. I mean, just
Sorry.
what's the point in having a co-caster?
Sorry,
I'm just turning up to work alone tomorrow,
I'm getting called out for that.
I'll cast with the big Dan the Penguin plushie over there instead. He gives me about as much feedback as you did in that round. I'll ask you a question.
Okay, I'm getting flamed. I was talking to our producer. I thought I might have had a moment. That's crazy. Getting aired by my co-caster.
That's all right. We'll move on.
Here's a 12 and 3
Any
for you,
deep thoughts here for this next round, buddy?
Oof. Okay, so honestly, if Envy do that again, if they do it 9 more times.
What, the walk down mid and or just like the kill,
just
the killing them,
just
the
winning the
them
round
part?
actually even more. Yeah, I'm going like big picture
That'll
here,
be-
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to see the vision.
A grandiose story.
Because if they don't win, they'll lose. Another elbow stack here. We saw this from Envy actually early on the pistol. It wasn't tested that time. 2 plays here with the paranoia and a self-flash there as it never quite got around the corner. A little awkward for MIBR, but they're still determined to push up into this space, and they might get it for free.
Now, in this moment, it's going to be tough to not have a level of recency bias. But how is this making you feel just thinking about MIBR, what they need to do to make champs this stage? They've got 4 points right now. If they win this, they're going to have 5.
Obviously, placing well as we go on the road is going to be pretty important. We've waxed poetic about identity so much this stage already. I think finding that at this early stage, it's about as late as you could ask for, and still feel like you have a good chance in the postseason. And yeah, of course, there's an asterisk because Envy are struggling, but we see this style refined, developed against some tougher opposition potentially, then yes, I'm bought in. Demon 1 in trouble, the last bastion between his team and a pretty brutal loss. That's a 13-3 recorded on Sunset, folks. There's only 7 rounds conceded by MIBR over the course of the series. Yeah, I'm thinking they're back.
It really does feel like a hungrier, more passionate MIBR than we've seen previously in this year. Winning in that way, Ospas playing in the way that he's playing on the Neon, taking point, unafraid to take fights, unafraid to hunt down kills. Just kind of like stat pad vibes sometimes, but I like to see that from him, honestly, just because it's so juxtaposed to the maps that were frustrating people earlier in the year. Like when you're thinking about him, jet op attack on Fracture, and people want so much more out of him. Well, I feel like we're getting that right now.
I think that's what gave rise to this narrative, which was misguided in my opinion, of like whether Aspas is baiting for kills, because it's a difference in style. We saw it like, let's take his Breeze maps for an example, right? He's playing Jet. He often had like double initiator to try and set him up. He wanted there to be a good foundation of flashes, of controller util on the side before he got in there. He wanted things just so. This is a complete departure from that, where he is the one that dictates the pace. He is first in. He gets to use his intuition, but also his extremely high mechanical ceiling to create opportunities, to create openings for this team, and then have someone like Zekken come in, refight for the space that he took, you know, over and over again, get those flash resets, or even go for that free map control behind run it back. We saw him fighting into mid from top mid that one round. Great stuff here from MIBR. Let's head over to MLE for the Verizon post-match interview.
I'm here with Werner after their 2-0 win. A quick one at that, I gotta say. And I'm just curious, since kind of taking a step back away from that IGL role, where within the rounds do you feel like your voice shines the most?
I mean, my voice? I mean, I don't know, my individual, like, I'm definitely able to focus, like, way more on, like, how I'm playing. I guess my voice is, like, more, like, it's just less, like pre-round, just more, like, late-round things.
I mean, still getting active in it, right? And, of course, your individual performance is shining if you see that MVP right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just more, like, micro things and, like, late-round things instead of, like, having to, like, plan everything.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Thank you so much. Mazzino. Hi, so since picking up the IGL role, what has been the toughest challenge for you within all of that?
I think, of course, having like the right read on the enemy team, what they are doing on their defense, and like hyping, like giving the same idea to the team and just going forward with it.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Thank you so much. And then Ospas, big question for you. So recently you've been picking up a lot of the Neon. We were talking to your coach earlier during the coach interviews saying, you know, you guys need to kind of find a little bit more of a fix on your defense half. And I think the aggression coming in from your Neon played a huge part in that. So how has it been, you know, playing a little bit of a different style?
It's very fun. I like to do those aggressive plays, and I'm having a lot of fun. It's a cool character. It's kind of OP, and with the Phoenix as well, so it's a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you look insane on it, but thank you so much and good job today. Anyways, we'll be handing it over to Match Point with Tex and Zekin standing by.
That's exactly where we are, here for Match Point. We also have Mimi over there. She's going to be involved, but she's not going to actually be playing the game. We've got a game for you guys, because you played one game, but we were like, we want to see a little bit more. You didn't get quite as much as we wanted out of you.
Gameplay.
Yeah. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to play a little game of Dice Breakers. Yeah? We got the sweet dice there. We have 2 dice in front of both of you. On each side is a different question. You're going to roll the dice and then answer whatever the question is on top. Simple?
Sheesh. Sounds good.
Who wants to go first? I know it's really exciting.
I would love to go first.
All right, you got this, Tex.
Pick a dice. A die.
Whoa.
Oh!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. On top.
What does it say?
What is something you're proud of?
I would say deep, right off the rip.
I would say I am proud of being on stage, being a pro player. I think it's a blessing. You know, millions of people want to do it in the world, and I'm proud that I made it. I'm proud that I can provide my family with, you know, what I make being a pro, and yeah, that's what I'm proud of.
Good thing you're proud of. You want to roll the dice, Mr. Zachary?
Yeah, can you follow that up? With something as heartfelt?
No,
yeah,
absolutely not. He took, I mean, I was going to answer his answer like
me.
bar for bar. I'm also proud of the fact that I'm a pro. I'm proud of the fact that we won today. That was really cool. We did a good job.
Cold out there.
You guys played well.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You want to pull another question?
What's that? What made you want to go pro?
In my YouTube recommended when I was like 6, there was Super Smash Brothers Melee tournament, like VODs of the matches, and I watched those, and I thought they were really cool, and I was like, I want to go play video games and beat people, and then there's a crowd, and they get all excited.
Wow.
So it was like YouTube videos like when I was like 5 or 6.
And were you already, did you like start playing like online games around that time, or did it take a while to get to that point?
It took a bit. The first time I was playing online games was on the Wii, actually.
Okay.
I was playing Mario Kart Wii, like Worldwides.
Nice.
Like,
Yo,
way
did
back.
you have the steering wheel though?
I did have the steering wheel.
So cold.
I was carting it up, but that was my first
The
time playing
motion
online
control
games,
steering
and
wheel,
yeah.
That
though?
is
I was
so
really
fun.
It's so
competitive
good.
guy.
Yeah. That's so sick. I love that.
It's a good answer.
Yeah.
What about for Valorant? When did you know you wanted to go pro? Was it like right away when you started playing?
No, it wasn't right away. It was like a few months in. There was a Discord way back in the day where you could go and type an LFT into a channel and then people would hit you up. And like a few months into the game, I was like, playing on a team would be cool. So
yeah,
I posted in that Discord and I got on a team with a bunch of like Diamond players, and that was how I started out.
That was the first team?
Yeah.
Who was the first legit person that hit you up?
I can't remember.
You don't remember? That's all right.
But the team was called Exertion Gaming, like way, 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 way back.
Hey,
yeah.
They might be next up. You never know. Tex, you want to roll another one?
Sure.
Run it again.
What surprised you the most about playing on stage? I'd say you can feel the crowd. Like, you can feel the vibrations of like playing on stage. I remember like when I was a kid, like trying to go pro. Like I would watch, you know, CS majors and stuff like that, and I was always wondering, like, wonder how it feels to like be on the stage, you know, to like get a pick. You get a pick, and then like you feel like everything vibrating, and it's sick. So I would say I was surprised on how much you feel it, especially at like internationals, like at Champs, especially in 2024. Like when we played at the very end, it was just insane.
What was the first event where you like really felt that, and it made you come to that realization? Like, was it when you played Ascension, or was it that Champs
Yeah,
run,
I'm not gonna lie. Like at Ascension, the Brazilian fans were going crazy, and that's like the first time I played against like a real crowd, I guess you would say. So yeah, in Ascension, shout out those fans, bro. It was a great
They also
first
got on
experience.
board with your team back then.
Yeah, they loved us. They loved us. They hated a lot of other teams, but we were lucky that they loved us.
Love that. All right, Zach, in one more?
Yeah, let me do the dice I didn't do.
Yeah, show some love.
No, you're him.
Oh, that's a repeat question.
Oh, no, we got to go again. Oh, is it going off? It's about to go
It said,
off.
who are you excited to play against?
Who is your favorite agent and why?
Favorite agent and
ended
why?
on.
Ooh, that's hard. I think Raze. I just love double satcheling and the like how creative you can get with your movement with her. I also really like the rocket, even though sometimes you shoot it directly at a guy and it doesn't kill him. But
skill issue. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm lucky. But yeah, I really love Raze.
Yeah, Raze movement, pretty sweet. You know what? That's enough game. We've exhausted you. So much game. I don't want to put you through anymore. So let's look at the standings instead, because things are improving. Things are improving. It's now not just 1s and 0s. We have one team sitting 2-0 at Leviatán, taking that earlier, who you share a group with, and are now starting to gain on. Have Leviatán surprised you at all with them just continuing to dominate? Sometimes teams like slow down, but they've been playing great.
Not surprised. I mean, I would say they have a very consistent system, and like the way that they like to play hasn't changed. So I'm not surprised that they're still finding success.
Yeah, even with the patch changes and stuff.
The question you almost rolled was, who are you looking forward to play? What about for you, Tex? Who are you looking at in this group that you want to maybe prove yourself against or just have a chance to compete against?
I want to play Energy again. Can you get a rematch? Can you get a replay on Ree's defense half?
I mean, make playoffs, bro.
Yeah. I like
That's
to play,
like a lot of work, man.
I won't think about it. I want to play Fury. I want to play Calm. I want to play against Corbin Lee.
Yeah?
Nice.
Yeah, I just
the old run back against
I just want to
him?
see his face on the other side of the stage. I think he's a funny guy. So.
I love it.
Just funny looking at him.
There's a target already on him. Well, tomorrow we've got some more matches. Fury versus NRG and 100 Thieves and crew will be battling it out. But that's all from us here today. Thanks so much for joining us on the couch. Thanks, guys. Got plenty more Valorant to come. Thanks for watching. And here's the Samsung OLED Fast Replay to close it out.
The match here, EG versus Leviatán, and it's going to be an interesting one, I'll tell you that much. Blows, he's under tremendous amount of pressure, needs a bit of a bailout, but King just immediately going to be taken out already. Target, prioritization, is a lead. Refight, yeah, EG trying to at least take it to him, but the IGL one step ahead. That is a map wrapped up nice and pretty. 13-5 Leviatán, sort of force in the hands of Neon. You have to be an absolute nutcase to try to hit that one, but the overdrive runs out. Spike, he's jumping on the chance. There it is, that is Neon.
This is a clash though, eh?
Hold to the back pocket. Neon! What's he just done? Players out into the position. The Jazeen, it was the overdrive unleashed, but he's going to be meeting his match in the form of King. Neon finding kills onto the flank here. Lev, it's the trophy winners from Masters, not missing a beat.
Today, with both Envy and MIBR chasing their first wins of Stage 2, greatness must be spoken in the present tense. Yeah, well set up there by Rossi. Nova Pulse finds its mark, but Zekin's going to be able to fight around the site now. Refight again with these refreshing flashes. It's a disastrous defense side for Envy. Zekin actually outdone by the Headhunter at that range. Mizina, though, should be good here to lock this one up. 13-4 for MIBR. Going to be Tex finding it another one, and it's going to be Verno on Demon 1. Again, it's an issue of time, though. Just play it slow, play it safe. Oh, my goodness. What a moment there from Verno. Good paranoia. Sets himself up with a free 1 versus 1. That's crazy. Gets out of the box. No, surely not. Oh, the fellow Chilean to finish the job. That's a 13-3 recorded on Sunset, folks.
Like 2 kills in an area, and we can easily run away, bro. The job is
never done.
Job not done anymore. Okay, so the thing is, when you have a man advantage, right? You need to push forward to create a bigger man advantage.
Exactly. Stack hoods, guys. It's very important.
But when you get the bigger man advantage, you have to keep pushing to make another advantage.
It's live in my mind.
It's not live, or what?
Donnie,
I don't want to dap you when it's live, bro.
Do your fucking job.
Why not?
You're just sitting there.
Yeah, Aspa sounded stressed there, dude. Let's go, boys. 0-0.